any of those guys, I think, are like at the top of the list for blowing up next, or anyone who had significant exposure to FTX in one way or another, because we know that they have been required to maybe hold their balances at FTX. So there's just a lot of risk out there right now.
One point you mentioned, I've got a question about how most of us didn't connect the dots. We had concerns, you know, CZ, I don't know if you mentioned it on the space or someone else mentioned it, someone else mentioned CZ had concerns with Sam, but I don't know when that was. I know that Elon got those bad vibes, and I can't remember who else mentioned that they got bad vibes from Sam, the regulator in Saudi Arabia, that FTX was trying to get a license there, had bad vibes from him. But we seem to have missed that as a community. Why do you think that is, Jesse?
It's a very good question. You know, I think that there was money to be made on FTX, maybe because they were market making unprofitably and giving money away. They made it very easy to get onboarded, you know, for which they probably accumulated like a lot of OFAC violations and other kind of like regulatory, you know, potential fines coming at them for that. So, you know, they created a competitive advantage for themselves with the way that they were running the business, you know, so they definitely weren't running it by the same parameters that a regulated business would be confined to, you know. So the things that you could do on FTX, how fast it was to get onboarded, the kind of products that you could trade, how easy it was to circumvent any kind of like geo restrictions on what you could do. They made all that super easy. And so I think that, you know, unfortunately, the market finds a way, and people will find, you know, someone's going to offer a product that's missing in the market, and people will go to it. And I think they won't be that scrutinizing if there aren't many other options out there. And you know, this situation is sort of created by the regulators. You know, they did not allow Kraken and Coinbase and Gemini and, you know, domestic exchanges in the U.S. to do this stuff. We've been heavily scrutinized, so. You know, it's sort of easier for a new upstart company to emerge and do a bunch of shady stuff than it is these older companies, because these older companies are just constantly under surveillance by the regulators. And, you know, often like, you know, they'll see me tweet and they'll call us up and ask me like what I'm tweeting about, you know. So a new exchange can kind of get away with a lot. And I think that was really valuable to people in a time of extreme hype.
I think what happened here is that because of the political donations that were made, there was a totally different layer of protection. Also, you know, the media contacts of the Democratic Party have pushed this guy to the heavens and praised him as this amazing entrepreneur. I've seen some pieces that people tweeted today that were written about him, that he's going to be the first trillionaire and he's going to save the world, and all these videos about how much money he's given away and how he's presented as this basically next coming of Jesus Christ. And that's, you know, the political donations have opened so many doors for Sam to do all this shit. And that just shows you how corrupt the system is. You know, if you pay enough money to politicians, you get away with murder.
Yeah, and I think Sam did a really good job of maintaining an image where you could never figure out if he was good or evil. And obviously, we go and we look at all of these videos of him talking about, you know, wanting to save the world. I don't want money because I care about money. I want to give money away, and that shtick, it really goes a long ways to making people think that you're a certain type of person. I like Andrew Tate, obviously very controversial, but he had a take on this where he said, you know, he definitely doesn't trust anybody that says that they don't care about money and all they're doing is trying to get money.
So I do have some breaking news that just came in here again about just this is the overall transaction load now finally from Cointelegraph about the amount of Bitcoin that's been removed from exchanges since the FTX collapse. That would be over $3 billion now has been removed from exchanges post the FTX collapse.
Hey, do you have a breakdown? Do you have a breakdown, Chet, of which exchanges and which ones, you know, took the lion's share? I'd be curious. I'm trying to find the information on that. Yeah, if you can.
Hey Jesse, can I do a question?
Go ahead, Simon. Yeah, and secret network. I know you want to speak, but it's a separate topic that you want to address. So I'll give you the mic in a bit.
Topic. It's specifically this topic because we worked with Alameda and FTX.
Perfect. All right, man. I'll let Simon go, and then I'll let you go as well.
Thank
but
you.
I have a separate question after Simon to Jesse.
Before all of that, I have one important thought that I would like to share. We have such a large audience here now, over 30,000 people, right? The question came up several times today, about how hard it is to actually be off the exchange and have control of your keys and all that. We had so many people yesterday and today say, this is not easy. We have influencers here like Ben. I'm sure there are a couple hundred other people in this massive channel right now that are also influencers. Why don't we make a push as a community to really focus in the next couple of weeks on videos and educational stuff about how to not be on an exchange and how to safely operate, as your own bank? I think that would be some great service that we could do to anyone new who's coming in or anyone who hasn't really no clue how they should go about that. So maybe
I'm in on that. I'm in on that. I agree. Let's do it. We'll make sure we lead the charge on that. We'll put out several videos in the next couple of weeks on cold storage, hot wallets, difference between cold and hot wallets. That's something I'll personally commit to do.
Perfect. And I know you lead a big group of influencers as well. If you can get those influencers, today is the perfect time where we need people to influence the sentiment. If they can focus on educating the audience, not on the next sexy coin or what's going to pump next, well, nothing's pumping, but more on how they can protect themselves and how to use a ledger, etc. It'll be great if you can push them for that, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think somebody made the comment like nothing's pumping. Like, yeah, definitely. This is the time to do this kind of educational content. Where the people that came in for get rich quick, they're probably gone already. It's people that are going to be staying. We really need to educate them up from the floor up.
Go ahead, Simon.
Hey Jesse. So one part of the equation is the proof of assets, but there's a big problem with proof of reserves in that we don't know what their liabilities are. So there's one of the challenges with blockchain is that there's a danger of creating a false sense of security, and then there's back end agreements happening or legal contracts on top of that, and who knows what those Crypto.com transactions to gate are and what that means. So how do you, couple of questions, I mean, they're kind of boring, but they're actually the crux of this issue, that once you've got proof of reserves, how do you do proof of liabilities, which obviously sounds like a centralized accounting job, and now we're seeing some more corruption in the accounting practices. And then also the whole concept of the Celsius scenario of, we have a $2 billion balance sheet because they take the value of their token and market to market when the liquidity doesn't exist. You got any thoughts about those kind of liabilities and fake balance sheet? Is really the answer just become a public company type thing? Or
yeah, I mean, you can still scam people after you become a public company, but as you said, you can't really prove a negative with your liabilities. You kind of have to rely on an auditor or some other. I mean, even the auditors of Enron obviously screwed this up, right? So it's really hard to, I think, completely understand what the liabilities are, and it's sort of a thing where I think you just have to look at a business over a period of time to try to understand, are they able to kind of keep the thing going? And that's really, I think, the best thing you can look at. You can't, with the proof of reserves, it proves that you have what you owe to your clients, at least at that point in time for the snapshot. And the more often you can do that, I think the harder it is to pull off. And if you have a ton of extra liabilities out there that you haven't stated, I think those just become maybe harder to manage over time as well. And if you continue to publish proof of reserves, the people that you hold those liabilities with, I think, might be more likely to come out and say something as well if they see that maybe you don't have the reserves that you said you did when you were taking the loan from them or whatever it is. So I think it kind of helps with those liabilities as well, just get some transparency around what you actually have. And you're totally right about these tokens like FTT. where you just, make up a number and you put a dollar value on it and you try to defend that, in a very illiquid market, and you use that as collateral to, make yourself loans out of the client balances and stuff like that, and just say that it all kind of like evens out in terms of dollars. Obviously that's super shady, and the whole arrangement with Alameda and FTT and, having their own token that they were moving around and trading, it was already like a very suspicious setup. And I think we should look at other companies that are both holding client balances and have their own coin, and ask whether they might be using that coin as collateral to borrow from their client balances.
Jesse, you mentioned, I want to bring up quickly the point of the transaction that we saw earlier that kind of triggered this, plus Kim's message to start the space again. The Crypto.com transfer to Gate. That we've had an insider at Crypto.com come on earlier, one of the first 100 employees. We've also had another entity that uses the same process or the same software or whatever it was as Crypto.com. They're going to come back and speak. For me, every single indicator and every person that comes up and speaks, it's a red flag. It's a very concerning red flag on what. And another person also mentioned they had various licenses there, and they needed to abide by various requirements that wouldn't allow for something like this to happen. The question is more broad, though. How many more exchanges could we expect to fall? And I'm not talking about Crypto.com in this case. I'm talking about in general. And if we missed the mess with FTX, the one that most of us trusted and was up there with, Binance, FTX, Kraken as the 3 exchanges to trust, that was the narrative a few days ago. If we missed FTX, how many more are going to be falling over the next few days and weeks? Because I have a feeling like Chet is going to jump in as I speak and say, breaking news, XYZ exchange is now frozen withdrawals.
Actually, what I was about to break in with was, I'm not sure if this was covered while I was asleep, so I'm going to cover it anyways. The Bohemian Securities Regulator did not order the FTX to open local withdrawals to Bohemian citizens, as was reported prior. FTX had claimed that they had opened up the withdrawals for that to be the case, or to go to Bohemian citizens, that they were abiding by Bohemian law. The Bohemian regulatory authorities said, no, that's not true. It's categorically not true, and those funds can be taken back and will be taken back. So that is something, in case you all were not aware of it, that is key to know here in this case, because that means that FTX was in the process of this, even before the hack happened. We're already violating laws. We're already violating the way this was supposed to happen in the bankruptcy proceedings.
Who knows if the hack is even a true story? They may have just orchestrated this hack on themselves in order to come up with a reason why you can't trust the records or the logs.
That's it 100%. I was told a week ago there was a fail-safe built in within FTX to execute this. So this 100% what you're saying is true. This was not a hack from outside. You're saying,
Ben, you're saying you have reports, Ben, that was already built into FTX as a fail-safe?
Yes, absolutely. I was told a week ago that when everything started happening, I know I went on Twitter talking about, it must be Sam. Well, in a roundabout way it was. But I was pointed back to that conversation that I had a week ago, because once again, if we go back to Dan Friedberg, however you say it, this is his MO. This is exactly the same thing he did with Absolute Poker and Ultimate Bet. This is how they operate. It was all to clean the books, so more of the records can not be seen, in the investigation. So that's 100% what this was.
Mario, can I comment on this? Because again, we worked with these individuals, so I can tell you that basically everything, if they said left, then the answer was right. If they said black, then the answer was white. And once somebody tells you enough things enough times and says it's the truth, you can safely assume that every new truth is a lie. Because from the perspective of the projects and the builders who were forced to kind of work in these toxic systems, we've been building since 2017, but Alameda showed up and suddenly all the incentives got completely warped. The way that projects were forced to work with Alameda was that essentially Alameda was listing FTX perps and taking positions against any of the tokens that they received for market making deals, any of the things that they told projects they would need to do, like store project balances and funds on FTX as an exchange, which then became the collateral that they were using again. Like, it was a complete Ponzi, but they dominated enough of the system. And the system includes the social system, the communication systems, everybody believing their version of the narrative. They controlled enough of that communication. They sponsored so many podcasts, including Up Only, and they just had their name, their good brand on so many storytellers. Plus, they had leverage with every project because they had their fingers into every project who needed their liquidity making services or that needed FTX perps to have some kind of liquidity, even as they took position against those same projects. Like, consistently, if you hear something is left, believe that it's right. If you hear it's white, believe it's black. Anything that comes out of FTX Alameda at this stage and any prior statements, it's not just that we should assume we should ignore it. You should safely assume the opposite.
Yeah, he hit the nail on the head. Every single thing he said is what every project we've talked to has explained to us. And all this was right under our noses the entire time, and everybody missed it.
Yeah, so I'm getting an exchange is about to come up on stage. We're trying to bring him up on stage. Please need handle and
Mario,
permission.
can I ask my question to Ben while we still have him here?
Yeah, sure, man. And then I want to give the mic to Bill, Fubar, and Dima. But go ahead, Alex.
Thanks, Mario. Ben, so I know you've been doing like a lot of research into, specifically the general counsel who was involved with FTX. I was doing a little digging on my own, and when Ultimate Bets came up, it reminded me of, I think it was like Chico Crypto or someone had covered, but Ultimate Bets was owned by a company called Excapsa Software, and so on their legal team was two people. It was Daniel Friedberg, who is involved with FTX, but then also Stuart Hoegner. And Stuart Hoegner was the general counsel of Tether. It is now the general counsel of Bitfinex. And as I was looking deeper, I saw, just based on the flows of Tether, that from late 2020 to the end of 2021, about 2/3 of all Tether printed went to two companies. One of them was Alameda, and the other was Cumberland. And then I guess just the last thing, tying this all together, obviously Bitfinex and Tether have a history of their own. They had to pay a settlement with the New York AG after they were caught moving hundreds of millions between the two companies. So, I feel like a big theme in all this is like, how can we finally flush, all of the bad actors and the misbehavior out of the system? And this, to me, feels like one of those that's just been floating around. And it's almost like a where there's smoke, there's fire thing. So I'm curious if you've looked into that as well. I'm not even trying to like draw up conspiracies. It's just, It's very interesting that, the same guy that was also helping the general counsel at Ultimate Bets has a tie into crypto now.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you I'm having the Stewart guy looked into right now. His name was not familiar to me, but what I will tell you is there is definitely a huge connection between Tether, Alameda, SPF. You can go back very early on to, there's a lot of speculation regarding, 2017 when the price went up, right? That a lot of it was just worthless Tether being printed out there to inflate prices. And that's really what caused the bull run. How much of that is truth? I don't know. But I do know that supposedly SPF was right up in the middle of all that. That's kind of where he got his start in crypto, would have been, around the Tether printing. So I think really the lesson here that people need to take is that there are leeches in the financial system. These attorneys, these general counsels, they're not big players. We don't look at these people the same way that we look at SPF or we look at bad actors, in the system. But yet they always find their way to attach themselves to what's happening. So I think really every project, every exchange needs to really be looking up and down their list of people they employ and ask themselves a question: do we have a leech here? Is there a leech here that is trying to siphon off money in number of ways? And what else have they been involved in? The fact that Dan Freiberg was involved in Ultimate Bet and he was still allowed to be a general counsel for FTX, that's a problem. And, kind of like we look in politics, I'm not going to get too political or anything like that, but, the idea of drain the swamp, right? What that basically means is there are people that are in power who are not elected, who manage to always be the ones really behind making a lot of these decisions. And I know this from working with regulators and working with politicians is, the chiefs of staff have way more power than the politicians do because they actually stay. The politicians have term limits. So, look at the way the system works. in politics and say, like, how do we uproot a lot of these people that aren't voted in, that have been there forever, that are the real snakes? I think we got to ask the same thing in crypto.
Yeah, so sorry, on the Stuart, I do know Stuart. So he was the general counsel for Shapeshift, which was founded by Eric Voorhees, and then he moved over to Bitfinex. I've had nothing but a good experience with him. And full disclosure here, I gotta disclose, just because of the conversation, I'm a shareholder in Jesse Kraken, I'm a shareholder in Abra Bill, I'm a shareholder in Kim.com's company, and I'm a shareholder in Bitfinex as well, all three banked to the future. So just disclosing the conflicts.
And I've got, before I give the mic to Bill, I do have Mexi about to come up. The vice president at Mexi apparently is coming up on stage. Andrew, we've sent you through an invite. In the meantime, Bill, the mic is yours. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me up. Appreciate it. So I just wanted to echo a couple of things on reserves. So we're not an exchange. We leverage qualified custodians as well as exchanges for liquidity, including Binance, Fireblocks, Coinbase, and others. And we welcome this proof of reserves concept. However, we think it's really 40% of the picture. What we really need is proof of solvency. And you don't need to be a public company to do proof of solvency. I mean, we're going that route to be a bank, followed by hopefully a public company, just because we think it's easier. And the irony of that statement is not lost on me, to convince the public that you are solvent on an ongoing basis. But we think it's incumbent on every centralized exchange to bite the bullet and accept that they're a centralized actor and start publishing full proof of solvency. And anyone who is not willing to sign up for that either is not being forthright with reality, or is hiding something else. And so I do applaud the at least the latest efforts to show reserves, but I'll reiterate that it doesn't go far enough, and either you're a centralized actor or you're not. And first of all, I want to applaud Jesse, because he and I have known each other for, gosh, Jesse, it's got to be 10 years now, and you've probably been the most forthright person that I know in terms of getting people to get stuff off of exchanges when they don't need to. But I think we can all agree that if we're all going to be centralized players, then we need to step up. And to me, this is one of the key issues to getting there, and probably would have surfaced a lot of issues earlier, including issues with other exchanges that people are questioning now, because we see all this money moving around and nobody really understands why. And I just want to get some reaction from people who can affect this, to understand why this isn't happening and when it's going to start happening.
Hey Bill, could you help us? Do you have instant withdrawals on your platform, or when people are they investing for terms?
Yeah, so we have three products. We have Trade, Earn, and which is called Boost, and then we have Borrow. Trade, you have real-time 24/7 access to funds. We maintain 100% reserves on Binance and Fireblocks, and we're talking to Binance for a way to publish that, because for us it's an omnibus account. It's not something that we can't just basically publish accounts that we don't own. So we're trying to figure out from Binance how to do that, but effectively it's an omnibus account they own, and users can testify we've never had an issue there with withdrawals. On Boost, if you're a retail customer on Boost, you have we don't offer term products there. So the withdrawal time is the terms of service say 7 days, but I don't get any special treatment. When I've tried it myself, generally I get the funds back within 24 to 36 hours, including weekends. But the terms of service do say 7 days. And then on the institutional side, we have many institutions, trusts, family offices that do get term products, which we don't offer to the public, just because we think the disclosures there are much harder for the public to understand. And we've been working with lawyers on a way to figure out if that's even realistic. So hopefully that answers your question.
And then the collateral would be leveraged, or is it just a loan term?
Yeah, it's just a loan term. So we don't rehypothecate. We do lend, of course. Our counterparties are large TradFi institutions. When we first started Abra, there were no TradFi institutions borrowing crypto. So it was mostly crypto native, including exchanges, some who've been on the stage today. But we've since migrated the business and any new counterparty we sign up is Tradify with, much bigger traditional balance sheets, much better risk management teams. But again, most of that is an institutional business for us. It's not a retail business at this point. So we're much more comfortable there. And I don't really see viable crypto native firms right now as counterparties in the lending borrow market at this point. So we've completely shied away from that.
Do you offer yield on Bitcoin?
We do. We do it on the retail side for international and U.S. accredited, and then for institutions on term.
And how do you generate yield on Bitcoin?
Yeah, it's lent to the TradFi firms that I mentioned before.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you passed the Simon line of questioning, Bill. Appreciate you, Simon. I love when you do that. And Mexi, we've sent you an invite to come up, and I'm glad more exchanges, by the way. So Bill, Jesse, CZ, and everyone else that came, we just kind of led the way, paved the way for other exchanges to follow suit, at least the ones that don't have anything to hide. So while we're waiting for Mexi to come on, Fubar, you've been breaking the FTX news before most, so I would love your take on all this, and if there's anything else that you haven't shared or that we don't know about the FTX saga.
Yeah, thanks for having me. First off, I just want to say, Jesse, huge fan of pushing self-custody, even when it's directly against centralized exchange business interests. I think that's one of the most aligned things I've seen out there, and yeah, just tremendously principled. So
let me just say real quick that, I mean, from our perspective, balances are a liability. If you're not trading with your funds, it's just strictly like dangerous for us, right? Like, we don't get paid to just hold your balance for you. We don't have a fee that accrues on account balances or anything like that. So from our perspective, it's just like a risk that we don't need too. Like, we don't benefit at all from having your balance on the exchange. So, there's really, from our perspective, no reason to have it there. And if anyone is asking you to deposit funds, they're trying to accrue balances, you have to ask, like, what are they doing with those balances? Because they got to be making money off them somehow. Otherwise, they would just see it as a liability.
Yeah, and I've been thinking a lot about, I do think, while full decentralization is absolutely the end state, there are a lot of steps along this path of building an alternative financial system that do require handholding, and I think custodial centralized intermediaries are a boon for a lot of people. So I've been doing a lot of thinking around what is the optimal model that prevents blowups and fraud and failure cases like this that we've seen over and over again in the past couple of weeks. There was discussion about proof of reserves earlier, which I think is a wonderful step in the right direction. Just transparency on how much money do you have and where is it and how is it moving and why was it moving. That alone has, I think, that alone has uncovered a lot of key information, such as, for example, one exchange, very poor cold storage requirements. That's a useful piece of information for users. On another, if you'd known that half their balance sheet was marked up FTT and Serum, then I think that would have been a wonderful warning sign as well. But it's also not the full picture, as a lot of people have said. Who cares if you have $5 billion in deposits if you've signed senior credit lines superior to user creditor rights that mean that $5 billion isn't going to get back to users anyways? So I've been on the proof of liabilities line, been thinking through a couple different approaches. I mean, the first obviously is get on-chain guarantees in an Aave/Maker/MIM style way, where there's no way you can give funds away, period. I think that probably is the right end state, but it can be tough when it comes to multi-chain assets and how that looks. This can't just be an Ethereum L2. But on top of that, are there legal vehicles that make it impossible to have any credit lines senior to user deposits? It feels like that is square one for the space. So how do you ensure the user deposits are the most senior credit of all?
So So I've found that some companies are abusing this, because if you look at the model in the U.S. and there's overlap with Europe, there's banks, there's trusts, and there's money transmitters. And money transmitters are effectively similar to e-money companies in Europe and other jurisdictions. Okay, so banks are allowed to hold money off balance sheet and on balance sheet, and trusts must be off balance sheet. So Coinbase, for example, and I would love Brian's explanation on this, has both money transmitter licenses and a trust license, but they chose to not use the trust license and are basically holding U.S. customer funds, as I understand it, on balance sheet, which, based on that license, is not necessary. And so they shouldn't be doing that, if I understand it correctly. Jesse, maybe you can explain why they're doing that. But there are legal models for separating these, and they just need to be used correctly. And people who are influencers need to start educating themselves that these concepts are out there, and they've been out there for a long time, and they're not always being used correctly. And so, we're going the full bank route, which is similar to what Jesse did in Wyoming. But, like I said, the money transmitter route is to some degree being abused. And it's also partially the government's fault for not stepping in and making this cleaner, and using old 50-year-old remittance laws to implement something that is basically exchanges are a less than 10-year-old concept, but it's around long enough now where folks like Wyoming have been able to create legal oversight that is specific to crypto. So my point is, sorry for the diatribe, but there are ways to address this so that you're basically holding things off balance sheet.
I want to just quickly take the mic, if you don't mind, for you, Bar Bill. So we have another exchange that will be coming up as well. We're just validating the account before accepting them on stage. But we do have Mexi on stage. Andrew, how are you?
I am excellent, everybody. It's such a pleasure to join some old friends and some new friends here today.
Andrew, first I want to applaud you for... Sorry, I just want to... Okay, I can hear myself double. Hold on. All right, so Andrew, I don't know why I have got feedback, so I hear myself double. So if you can just unmute, I've muted you now, just because there's a lot of feedback. So, started with FTX. Now we're really digging deep into Crypto.com after what happened with Gate. And the more we dig, the more questions we have. We've had CZ, Binance, we've had Jesse, Kraken, and now we have, of course, we've had, Bill is still on stage. We've had Charles Hoskinson offering clarity, and that's kind of leading other exchanges to also come on. I appreciate you doing that, and other exchanges following your footsteps. So we've got questions. I think Simon will have the most questions. There's the famous Simon line of questioning. But first, general overview on the current situation, and as transparently as you can, Mexi's situation.
So let's kind of review the state of affairs. As everybody may know, I come from the compliance side of our industry. I founded iComply back in 2016, and that protocol powers a lot of these order books that the banks use today to compliantly do their security token transactions and meet those travel rule requirements with privacy regulations, kept in mind. So I have a unique kind of perspective here of what even the regulatory environment looked like, what could or couldn't have prevented this, and kind of where FTX's red flags were tingling my spidey senses all along the way. So first and foremost, there's a major difference between registration as an exchange and licensing as an exchange. In registration, you're kind of self-regulated, you're self-reporting, you are sending suspicious activity reports and similar. Licensed, you have capital requirements, you have a lot more rules and regulations within each jurisdiction. So that could be state by state, it could be province by province, country by country. As we all know, the landscape and the rules are not equivalent or the same country to country, state to state, province to province. It could be very easy to get a license in Alberta, but not in Ontario, just as Canada as an example. So now zooming in on the brand that we saw this week with Trouble, it's a $1 trillion industry. A player with about $8 billion in debt in their balance sheet is suffering. A lot of hysterics around this, the doom and gloom of the collateral damage or the contagion. For me, it seems like the contagion's more along the side of misinformation. We look at FTX. This is a company that named an arena, sponsored a sports team, spent millions and millions of dollars acquiring property, hiring celebrities, running expensive commercials. how is it that this business, who started with very similar capital to all the rest of us in the landscape, is able to spend so egregiously without bringing money in? Where did that revenue come from? How could you afford to do all these things and basically buy the trust of consumers? And this is like, I think the biggest red flag in our industry is you shouldn't be able to buy people's trust. You should be able to earn trust through truth. And proof of reserves is truth. So Mexi, following suit with our peers here in the industry, is en route producing our proof of reserves. We've also disclosed from the Nansen report that was published what our stablecoin inflow looks like. Mexi has always kind of been a quiet, silent solution. Our play has always been to aggregate all the best services to a single login. So consumers had, a one-stop shop to find all the things that they wanted from crypto. And we didn't spend users' funds on egregious things like the World Cup and stadiums and all these ridiculous things like Larry David at the Super Bowl to deliver that message. What we focused on was building a great product, putting that product into the space, and letting that product and the consumers kind of inform it, give us their feedback, and tell us what they wanted. We don't need to spend to look like the biggest, in our space, we're a challenger brand. If Binance is McDonald's, then companies like mine are Burger King or Wendy's, and we have our niches. Our niches are low caps, altcoins, meme coins, gems, Web3, metaverse, and the things that we incubate. What is not our bread and butter is like incestuous market maker relationships. We have guidance from Travel Rule where you have to share beneficiaries and originators, and that would expose those types of relationships in the future. Anybody that's properly implemented Travel Rule, you would see, if you're reading their reports and their transactions, if they're, placing bets and liquidating their own users and transactions, that guidance would require that. So that's kind of my perspective. There were a lot of red flags with FTX. A lot of the industry insiders, people working exchanges could see them. A lot of the users that have become destination lists that are looking for new homes have migrated over to Mexi. We're, enjoying the ability to serve them, but it's unfortunate, the reason they had to come to us. And that's where we're at. I think that in this environment, especially on the derivative side, you're going to see us in the top 3 going forward. Just from the user migration, we've been pretty strong for a couple of days in a row now. And I also think that the outlook of the industry in general is very positive. Crypto's got about 1 trillion in assets and securitization circulating right now. But as we see with NASDAQ offering custody of crypto and all these TradFi use cases that have been developing at Deloitte and KPMG and Capco waiting to go to the market for essentially the regulators to catch up so they could legally offer these products, there's $19 trillion of pent-up demand coming. 20 times the volume, the velocity of money is going to enter the space. And, we're all talking about $8 billion from a 1 trillion cap. It's kind of small in perspective of what's to come. So those are my thoughts.
Simon, did you want to kick off the questions? Fubar, Simon, or Chet?
Yeah, I don't know how I've accumulated this role, but okay, I'll do a few questions. So my job seems to be to ask tough questions to exchange operators. Do you have a token?
I think that's a very big question.
Yes, we have the MX token.
Do you have a token? Does it sit on your balance?
Yeah, I'll let you go. Dima, I'll let you go right after Simon. Go ahead, Simon, sorry.
How do you mark it on your balance sheet?
So the MX token right now is something that you can use to stake against the platform. You can use it to vote, to basically have governance on what's going to get listed from things that are fighting for a space. It's got utility at trivala.com, but it's not something that we're using to lend in collateral.
Do you own a bunch of the tokens? Your company?
Does our company own a bunch of the tokens? Yes.
And how do you mark those on your balance sheet?
Yes.
Do you use mark to market?
This is a question I would have to take back. I don't have this in front of me.
Okay. Do you offer any lending or collateral services?
Not against the MX, no.
Okay, so you're a custody service that should be matched 1-to-1 with your clients' fund balances.
Correct.
Okay. And do you have state-by-state money transmitters?
No.
So you're an MSP?
No. So Mexi is not a money services business in the United States.
Okay. So do you offer services just outside US?
Correct. We serve about 170 countries globally, but the US and Canada are not included.
Okay. Are you a virtual asset service provider somewhere?
We are a VASP, yes.
Okay. Which jurisdiction?
We're registered in Seychelles.
Okay, cool. And so have they got a VASP regime, or did you grandfather in, or is it something you've already gone through?
We went through that 2018. I was not with the company at the time, so I can't give you the perfect answer here.
Okay, cool. So basically, you operate outside US. You are a custodian, and so everything should match 1-to-1. And you have to adhere to a VASP regime. Does that require you to have like a disaster recovery, business continuity?
100%.
And do the coins sit on the same balance sheet as the platform, or do they sit segregated into a different balance sheet?
I would have to get that answer for you. I'm happy to just lark somebody now about that.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm done with my questioning.
Dima?
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah,
Great question.
I wanted to jump in to talk a little bit of boring stuff, how the proof of reserve liability should be done. But since we have Maxi representative, I want to share one case that actually happened with me. And so there is a token, hacking token, whatever, and it is traded at MaxGate KuCoin exchange, most of it, and most of the trades were at Gate and KuCoin, and we deposited funds for like certain purposes on every exchange. And at some point in time, I understand that our balances are big, because I'm tracking on-chain data very carefully. I understand that our balances at MXC's exchange are higher than the cold wallet show. It was about like 1 year ago. Then I'm okay. Let's try to experiment. Let's try to withdraw all the funds and see what will happen. So I made withdrawals from Max Exchange. And so there were two transactions. First transaction was a transfer from the Gate.io cold wallet to Max cold wallet, and then transfer from Max Exchange to my wallet, like to the amount of withdrawal. Like it took a little bit longer than usually, but is that
You just jumped.
Yeah, sorry. The reality, I had
go
the
on.
incoming call. Sorry. The reality is that it looks like, and I just sent this transactions ID in the comments. It looks like MXC exchange was transferring my hacking token to Gate.io to use their liquidity for their purposes, which is okay. I think it's fine if it's like if it's transparent and it's publicly set. But then Maxi Exchange should not say that they are exchange. They should say that they are broker. Or any other explanation should be like publicly available. All the transactions ID are in the comments, so like people can check my words. Thank you.
Understood. And, you know, a year ago in Mexi's history as a company and its product development or roadmap of becoming, you know, registered in certain places and licensed in others, there were a number of, you know, cooperative relationships between brands like Gate, Bybit, Huobi, similar, with Mexi on certain projects, listings, and I believe in your case, very specifically a liquidity moment in your project. But since then, you know, we're about 1 year out from there. We've internalized a lot more here at Mexi. And those types of relationships and cooperations, when they do exist, are public. But that's, you know, excellent feedback of the evolution of, you know, a player in the ecosystem. There were a lot of places where we don't see the other exchanges as competitors. You know, there's a number of us, and I believe CZ called this out when he first got his call from FTX. He thought they were going to call him about OTC. So this is pretty common in our industry that we're going to reach out to each other, lend support, especially in circumstances where we want to make the consumer happy. At the end of the day, we were all traders before we all worked in this space. And this space is built on the conviction and the trust of all of us cooperating. It's not like a bank introduced crypto and had it collateralized with trillions of dollars when crypto hit the market. Crypto is an idea. Crypto is a germ, a seed that we've all kind of watered and developed. And these types of cooperations and overlaps are going to be necessary to sustain it long term. And so there is tens of trillions of dollars of liquidity circulating behind all the products and services we've all been building for the last 5 to 6 years. That's a fantastic question.
Sorry, another question.
I'll just go. Yes,
do you
Simon,
charge people to list a token on your exchange?
Yes, we do.
And do you require them to have market making?
We do. So we don't provide the market making at Mexi. And that's a major red flag, is that kind of incestuous relationship between forcing a project or a community to work with a partner. That's where you get a lot of area and space for conflict of interest.
If you don't mind, if I add something here, Simon, I just want to, you mentioned that you guys are domiciled in Seychelles. And I'm not pointing fingers at Mexi, because I know that because of the tight or lack of regulations in more first world countries, it's very difficult to get licenses to operate. My question is, what recourse users have to an exchange that is registered in a place like Seychelles? It just feels, and I'm not pointing fingers at Mexi, please, because actually Mexi is a great exchange. I use the exchange, I've got to be honest, so it's not a dig at Mexi. But I think one thing that we've learned now after what happened with SBF, they're sitting in the Bahamas. If you want to go and do legal action in the Bahamas, good luck to you. There's also that famous time where Arthur Hayes was on stage with Nouriel Roubini, and he said something like, come and sue me in Seychelles and pay with bananas, or something like that. I don't remember the exact quote, but it had something to do with Seychelles and paying with bananas. I'm just, I think one thing that this thing has taught us is that the centralized entities need to be regulated. And users should feel more comfortable dealing with centralized operators in more regulated environments. I'm not saying that it's foolproof, because, I don't think that the regulators are perfect. And testament is that FTX US is in exactly the same position as FTX International. But I'm just, I'm kind of concerned now with all this going on about, we're regulated in Seychelles. Okay, well, what do Seychelles laws mean exactly? I don't know if anyone else has similar concerns.
Let's open this can of worms. I kind of love this thread, because my compliance background before working at an exchange is tingling here. The competitors that are operating in North America, that are operating in parts of Europe and Asia, that were early to the market, 2017, 2018, when they founded and started operating, they have been, and we saw this with FTX, conspiring, lobbying, and legislating to gatekeep appropriate licensing and raising the barrier to entry, the capital entry, and all sorts of other problems to protect their position in these markets. So, you can only open so many US-based exchanges before you enter into a situation where the costs to even be present exceed what the value would be to operate there. And just to give you a couple of examples, we saw recently a major credit card company, I'm just not going to say their name, they acquired a business called CipherTrace. Why would the world's largest creditor need all the wallet data? And, we're watching Celsius and Voyager collapse in the lending and credit front. Who's going to benefit from that type of basically enforcement by regulation and failure? There's things happening where the competitors don't want somebody to just be able to open up next to them and have a full, easy turnkey licensing regime to apply for. You just hire Deloitte. You go file your paperwork, you implement your APIs, and you're good to go. They don't want us there. So to get started, picking a jurisdiction with a lower barrier to entry is a strategic move, just so you can get your foot in the door. because they raised the bar so high, and not from a regulatory standpoint, but just from capital and cost.
So, I mean, I know Jesse's on this call, or on the spaces. I'd love to hear from Jesse, because I think Jesse spent a lot of time navigating the regulation and legislation. I know he spent years and years and years lobbying and working with regulators. What is the difference in terms of, and I'm talking specifically from a user's point of view, when an exchange is regulated in the United States, what does the exchange have to do different from every other exchange? I kind of want to get a list of all the steps that, you know, when we're dealing with an exchange that's licensed in the US, what are we actually getting versus the other exchanges?
Yeah, it's a very complicated answer, and I think the short answer is like you don't really know. And countries that offer licenses tend to only be concerned with the residents of their countries. So, you know, like take Japan, for example. We had to set up a fully separate infrastructure for our Japanese clients. So that's like, you know, total balance separation, all kinds of stuff. You know, they've got their own operations such that if the main Kraken global entity were to blow up, the Japanese entity would be able to like survive on its own, you know, and distribute balances to people. So some countries might require you to do that kind of segregation, but you can also potentially operate your entire global business out of a particular country, and you know, they may not care so much about what happens to residents or your clients that are outside of the country in which you're licensed or headquarters. So I think you really can't make any assumptions from the outside about what's happening, and you know, these the regulators are not like, you know, they don't have like a real-time view into the company's balance sheet and transactions and stuff like that. You know, we do audits on a regular basis, so they'll have some perspective there. But you know, like the stuff that happened with FTX and Luna and Three Arrows and all this contagion, you know, all this stuff probably happened, you know, in a period of time where a regulator wouldn't have noticed, or if you just lied for like, you know, one round of questions, like maybe you could have got away with it, you know, for a few months, you know, until it came back to you. But being based in the U.S., you know, the legal regime here in the United States was one reason why we founded the company here. You know, we thought that the space, that exchanges needed credibility. You know, Mt. Gox was in Japan. We thought that a U.S.-based exchange would be seen as more credible. And, you know, obviously, there's a great body of bankruptcy law here, and there's a lot of protections here for consumers in the event of a blow up. And, you know, while there are a lot of licenses to get in the States and as well in Europe, you know, I don't think you can count on the regulator to really provide a significant amount of oversight over a short period of time. And I think that, you know, you could lie to them, you could fake your statements, you know, you can dupe your auditor probably for a significant amount of time. So I wouldn't count on them to be protecting you.
I think the difference, though, is that if you're in the United States and you do that, then you really fear getting jail time. You really fear getting taken to task. I just feel like, you know, I know that if I'm in Africa, I'm in South Africa, and I know that if you committed a crime, if your company was domiciled in South Africa and you committed a crime, you know, to an American or to someone in Europe, there wouldn't be any real serious consequences, because they just don't have the strong hand that the United States has. The United States has. I think if you're operating in the United States and you do, you know, you go above the law, then there are going to be serious implications. And often, even if you're not in the United States, somehow they will get you back into the United States, and there will be huge consequences.
Yeah, I think that's right. You know, I'm an American citizen. I'm here in California. The whole executive team for the company is living in the United States. So, you know, we've got quite a bit of exposure here. I mean, we feel pretty comfortable with that. You know, we're doing everything 100% above board. You know, we're not out there in DC either trying to make things harder for everybody. You know, I think things have gotten harder over time just because there's more scrutiny on the space, and Politicians and regulators kind of know what they're looking at now, whereas in the past, say 10 years ago, they just had no idea and they weren't paying attention at all. So I would say it probably is harder to start another exchange in the States. You probably have to go get licenses first now rather than just starting and trying to get them later. But I think if you're going to do something as a consumer, if you're a customer of one of these venues, and if you don't need to do something that really requires an offshore entity to do, like let's say the activity you want to do is illegal in the United States, so you're going offshore, like you would in the old days to a poker site or something, right? You have to it's illegal in the States, so you got to go offshore to do it. I understand that. But if you're just going to park your coins somewhere, I think you want to park them in the most heavily regulated, supervised place possible, where there's the most accountability for the operators. And so if you just want to custody your coins somewhere, put them on a US based exchange, and don't put them on an exchange that's run out of Thailand or something. Why would you do that if you're a US citizen?
And I know, Gaurav, you've got a few questions as well for Andrew.
Yeah, I wanted this chain of thoughts and conversation to end, because I'm going to steer it to a different side, which is not even a part of the whole debacle, but still is a major pain point of for the exchanges of the project. So yeah, if everyone's done with this line of thought, I would want to share this and then leave.
I'd like to jump on the subject of the Seychelles and regulation.
Okay, I'll let you jump in on that point, Elad,
yeah,
quickly, and then we'll give Gaurav the mic.
All right, so thank you very much, first of all, Mario, for having me. And again, I'm not trying to pick on Maxi or anything like that. All the exchanges, I'm sure, are good. But
by the way, Chet, you've got your mic unmuted. Go ahead, Elad.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify a couple of things. So for an exchange to choose an offshore because of the reasoning, let's say, of that it's harder to operate under, I don't know, the US, let's say, or Europe, it's pretty much a false claim. It's the only reason for you to go offshore.
Well, hold on. For context, Elad, 2018. For context, we were founded in 2018.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that in regard to the USA, for example, and in Europe, especially now when you got all the FIUs that are working under central banks in Europe, and then you got different umbrella companies, like, for example, in the US, you can use Prime Trust. The only thing is that when you look at it, the only reason for someone to not go and choose to go under a regulated entity like in Europe or the United States, it's strictly because of the requirement that you have, the liabilities that you have. And I'm personally going through that, so it's an experience that is not easy. But if we are talking about having safe environments, especially for our users, and to make sure that, if you're talking about reserve proof or capital adequacy, which is something that not a lot of people are talking about, then you have to make sure that you're under an entity that can actually supervise you. So, for example, in the United States, you got Prime Trust, right? Onboarding with Prime Trust take you 4 to 6 months. It's an extensive due diligence, but this due diligence in the end come to the point that it gives all the transparency, not just about the company behavior, how it operates with the users, but also about the founders, right? In the end, when you know who the founders of the company and you know who are the shareholders and the UBOs, then when they are exposed out, it's much harder for them to conduct a foul play. Of course, think about it. If you're registered in Seychelles, where you got a UBO protections, and you can use different entities as shells, or you can use different monkeys, as they call them, just to put them as frontmen, then it's much easier to make foul play, because you know that in the end you are, just like, if I'm not mistaken, someone here in the conversation say that you need to come to Seychelles and pay with bananas, right? And it's much more corrupted. It's much easier to not get the punishment that you need to get. This is why I see that a lot of the different exchanges that are going out to those different offshore entities have something to hide. Maybe they are doing a correct, and maybe they're, I don't know, fair entities that are not mistreating client funds, perhaps, but just the fact that you are choosing to go to an offshore site, or you are choosing to go to where it's more lenient in regarding to regulations, I believe this is already a very big red flags. And that's what people should really look about. Now, Kim likes to do the diligence, as I saw earlier, and he likes to look at things. So if you will take all the exchanges and you will see those, for example, Binance is leading in this thing, yeah? CZ is flying all over the place. He's going to be in Cyprus in 2 weeks, as I know as well. He's acquiring licensing in every European country that is possible. If I'm not mistaken, Binance US is also using Prime Trust for their licensing umbrellas. So you can see that there is exchanges that are proactive in going to the places where there is much more transparency and much more enforcement in regarding to the operation that they are conducting with the user of the specific country, which this is what I believe we should see from all the exchanges. Now,
I've
to
got
touch
just
on the
very
point,
quickly, Elad, if you don't mind, chat. There's just a breaking news in our chat. If you could please verify it
Yep,
before
I'm
we
looking
share
through
it.
right now.
Yeah, because that's pretty concerning if you can validate it. Sorry, Elad, so I'll let you get to the conclusion of that point, and then we'll go to Gaurav for the final questions for Andrew, because I think he's addressed most questions seemingly pretty well.
Sure, thank you very much. So, and just to touch to the point, that was the reason why I went up from the beginning, which that's why this whole space started about Crypto.com. So again, I will go to Kim that he can go and do the DD about it. Of course, I'm not here to talk badly about no other company, but in regarding to the claim of the transaction was a transaction that was a mistake, there is certain factors in the infrastructure of how every entity that works with Prime Trust, which Prime Trust backstage is working with Fireblocks, is that there is such a thing called a TAP, Transaction Approval Procedure, which is mandatory. Means that in order to create, even if it's a whitelisted external, in order to create an external transfer from an ecosystem that is sitting on this transfer, on this infrastructure, you will have to have a minimum of 3 executives that are signing those transactions. With an MPC technology that they have implemented, it's already in the infrastructure. You cannot avoid it. It's mandatory. And what that means basically that you have 3 devices that are being listed on the infrastructure, that when an external transfer is being conducted, all the 3 devices needs to sign with the MPC verification that is being done by the infrastructure. Now,
Elad,
again, I'm not saying...
we already had someone here earlier, Michael, I believe was his name, who was running us through all the different certificates that they have and what the requirements are. So this is not new.
Yeah. Sorry. So I understand. So just in regard to the claim, then you send that the claim of some individual going ahead and doing it is a false claim.
Okay. All right, Elad. I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you very much.
Chet, did you verify the information, or are you still looking at on-chain transactions?
Still looking at on-chain data before we bring this up.
Okay, so while waiting for Chet, Gaurav, did you have a few questions for Andrew? We'll try to give you, Andrew, another few quick minutes, Andrew, for a few questions. But again, I appreciate you being here.
Just really quick before someone else hops in. I totally agree with Elad about the jurisdiction issue. You know, for anyone who has money on an exchange, which we all here agreed yesterday and today, at least, a lot of the leaders, you shouldn't have your money in an exchange or your crypto in an exchange. But if you do, you want to make sure that it's in a jurisdiction where you have any kind of hope to have a fair, a reasonable legal fight in a Western Commonwealth type legal system. I see a lot of exchanges in the Seychelles, and many of them that are in trouble are based in jurisdictions like the Seychelles, and it's alarming. It's definitely not a good look.
Gaurav?
Yeah, thank you. By the way, on the last topic, I think the concluding statement would still be the most trusted. We're talking about the most trusted, or amongst the most trusted exchange that has created the ripples we are living right now. So I don't think there is a jurisdiction in the world that truly understands crypto and regulating exchanges or entities of the Web3 world. So, I mean, yeah, we can say whatever about exchanges in the US or exchanges in the Seychelles, and so I mean, similarly for the entities, but it doesn't really changes a lot. I mean, it just, people can definitely choose an easier domicile if they want to start a quick business. It's totally about individual ethics. Till the time we are waiting for super informed regulators that really know their shit. But I'll quickly come on my point, Andrew. Like I said, I'm going to steer it from retail customers to project. A lot of people here in the chat know the fact that I've been in the space since 2015. We have been managing markets, our own personal wealth on multiple exchanges. We've been recording tick data for the top 20, 30 assets since 2016. So having access to order books live and recording that data, when we were managing, market making for our investment portfolio, we observed that the tokens that were taken by, I don't want to sound attacking, so I don't want to just name MXC here, because a lot of, exchanges have the same practice. So I just don't want to point it out on you, but a lot of smaller or medium exchanges do this. And at times the order book exceeds, especially in the launch hour or the launch day when the volatility is extreme, the order book sort of exceeds the total amount of tokens in the exchange hot wallets, which means and the tokens that were taken for airdrops, or the exchanges take those tokens as a part of the listing fee. And it's mostly the uninformed, unplanned, unimagined blast or dump on the launch of the token. Are you aware of these practices? I know this happens. I mean, we have recorded history of this of a lot of exchanges. I'm just eager to know now that we have you on stage, does this happen on your clock, or is it just does this happen somewhere at the layer in the bottom of the company? Or I mean, what are your thoughts about it? And I'll leave this question to Simon, Ken, Chet, and Mario to be continued, because I hop in on for just 30-40 minutes. Over to you, Andrew.
So on the listing side, when you're coming to Mexi and you're providing funds for marketing events and services, you're providing funds to list to pay for the operations and the costs that go into adding you to the system and all the work that goes into that. That's all earmarked for very special events and purposeful marketing promotions. So you shouldn't see the funds used in other ways. And that's how we operate here at Mexi. I can't shed light or speak on how the listing departments, operate of other exchanges. I can say that a lot of projects come to us to complain about how they were treated where they had listed previously. And it's why they're going to yet another centralized exchange to find a better home for them, where their project is treated with respect, and we're doing the best for the audience and the actual owners of the assets in the community. I hope that answers your question.
I want to go to Wahid. Really. I know you had it. Sorry, Gaurav. I'll let you finish. Sorry, Gaurav.
Yeah, not really. Okay, I'll frame it again quickly, because I know I was sort of trying to cover a lot of ground.
And by the way, Gaurav, just before you continue, just want to tell you there's more exchanges wanting to come up. Bitstamp just messaged us wanting to come up, and another one, I forgot the name, else was coming up. So it's good to have your questions. Yeah, you'll have.
I don't want to name exchanges, man, but I would only want to talk to the ones that I have recorded history of. I mean, for that I need to have some data. But anyways, thank you for that.
And one more thing I wanted to add as well, Gaurav, before you continue, just for any chain analysts, please do DM me. We have it because we get breaking news, but we always want to try to validate them, and our team is struggling. So just DM me, and the team could add you into a group, and you can help us out. Sorry, Gaurav, go ahead.
Just breaking. I have 3 DMs just now from people saying that Binance has suspended ETH withdrawals. Can anyone verify that here?
Can someone go into Binance and check?
I've had those same DMs, but I haven't heard any verification of that at all. And the claim actually supposedly came from before CZ came on the space, so I'd be quite surprised if that's true.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll quickly wrap it again for Andrew.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Andrew, projects listing on mid-tier exchanges are dumped on the launch hour and launch day, and this at times, and I'm talking on the basis of recorded tick data history, this happens on the launch day, and with smaller projects. I'm just trying to understand if it happens on the clock of the management. Is that a practice managed somewhere from the top?
Well,
are you
so
even aware of it?
thank you for the context. So, in those events, we're in the Telegram or in the chats connected to the project teams, and any dumping, any volatility, any major swings or changes in the price or what we see as suspicious activity, we reach out to them. We analyze transactions. We try to address what's going on. No, we are not in the business of dumping tokens here at Mexi. But if we see, a chain of influencers or something from kind of the community or social media that is mobilizing something that's creating volatility, we connect with the project team. They coordinate with their market makers, and they try to ensure that they're not seeing dumps. They're not seeing this type of predatory type behavior on listing day.
Andrew, do you guys offer any sort of like product similar to like Coinbase Earn to the projects that list? Because I think, from my understanding, that's usually how Coinbase generates revenue from a lot of tokens they list. Is they don't charge for the listing fee or anything like that, but then a lot of companies will dump a lot into the Coinbase Earn programs. Is that something you guys offer as like industry standard?
So we do charge for our listings. Everybody goes through a review process. If they pass review, they receive a proposal, and they pay to cover the costs. They employ their own market makers. There's not much more beyond that.
I have a more general question before I give the mic to Wahid.
On the market making side, Mario, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's just on spot. On the market making side, it's actually more troublesome because exchanges, like I said, I'm not imposing anything on just you. Exchanges force the project to have certain amount of liquidity in their order books, or else their security gets forfeited. Exchanges impose some sort of volume and price. Yes. Oh, see, this is one of the projects that we manage that just spoke out rather the pain. And then exchanges impose a price tick. They impose that the project should not go beyond the ICO price. How is the project supposed to manage that? It's a public sentiment. It might just dump when it has to. Why can't we simply take it as an IPO, as a public sentiment? Why do exchange have to impose all of that unless they have a plan on the other side? And you can totally skip the question if you like, by the way. I know it's a bit tough.
Well, it's more so that, Mexi, we have 1,000 employees, and projects are receiving proposals specific to what they've, requested and negotiated with their agent. And for me to have insight, we've got 1,500 projects at Mexi on each relationship, and to kind of know what it is that they came to in terms of terms would be very difficult to speak to. But I can say that, again, we're not in the business of dumping, of predatory type behavior, of incestuous market making, or dictating or controlling what is a free market. We're here to build products that people love and use, that they trust and rely on. And we're not trying to buy that trust through, being in a jurisdiction that you like, or putting our name in on an arena that you support, or things like this that I think are just kind of pulling the rug over people's eyes.
Andrew, I've got a question. Like the panel asked you a lot of tough questions. Do you mind going if I ask just a couple of general questions before we bring you back?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you if I should continue or.
I'll ask you a couple of general questions, and my first one is pretty simple. It's a simple question, but I hope you can answer it. Why are we seeing some exchanges, including the biggest ones? Jesse from Kraken just spent like an hour, couple hours from his time, CZ, etc. Come on stage.
Can't even put the volume low enough.
All right, Simon, just be careful.
Normally, if you go to zero.
Simon. Perfect. I was unmuting. Yeah, so a lot of the exchanges, including smaller ones, have refused to come on stage. And then we have Crypto.com, which is facing most of the backlash. I even made a tweet telling people, because I got so much information that's concerning, to immediately withdraw from Crypto.com, which is a precautionary measure until we get more clarity. But there, Crypto.com and others, Gate, I've sent an invite to Gate as well. Huobi, OKX, I think had the most outflows a couple of days ago, if I remember correctly, Chet. We had Nansen on stage, or one of the top three
That's
in terms
correct.
of outflows. Yeah, so they're not coming on stage to give clarity. So my question is, how many more are susceptible to a similar outcome as FTX? How many more are leveraged? How many more misuse customer funds?
Great question. And you want to look at these red flags. You know, who has been trying to buy your trust? Who has been spending not on their product, but on their message? Who has been out in the market lobbying and trying to, you know, push through legislation that benefits only them? Where does that money come from? These exchanges, you know, off the fees, they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars in plain sight. Plain sight. It's all in our faces. It didn't seem so secretive to me, because that's the key red flag. Overspending, egregious spending.
Can you mention some of those red flags? So the best way to mention it in a way that you know that you've got every right to mention it as an observation. What are some red flags that would that, you know, we had another speaker mention Crypto.com's sponsorship or ad or what was it? Does anyone know what Crypto.com paid a fuck ton of money for?
Relentless ads.
Relentless ads. So this doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just a red flag, like you're throwing your money on a lot of ads, which is usually not a good sign. And a bigger red flag was FTX spending more money than they raised. And the numbers just didn't add up. We had CZ on stage says it just didn't take me much time to add up the numbers, and just say, look, things don't add up at all by a wide margin. What are some of those red flags that you'd question yourself?
By the way, I watched UFC today, and Crypto.com is all over the show. And that will be a massive main sponsorship that will cost probably double-digit millions.
There you go. There you go. So Andrew, what are some of
and
those
their
red
new
flags?
sponsorship on the World Cup. This is a
Who sponsored the World Cup?
Crypto.com as an official
As
sponsorship
well?
of World Cup.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And did you guys any other red flags before I ask you the next question? Any other red flags?
You know, just around this spending, it's pretty obvious. Anybody that forces you to work with kind of incestuous partners on the market making side is pretty obvious. I would argue anybody that's advocating just for themselves and not for the betterment of the industry, there's something going on there. And finally, people acquiring bankrupt competitors. You know, it's interesting from a compliance perspective to acquire a business under the claims that you're going to migrate a user base when you don't hold a transferable license from the business you're acquiring. You know, anybody buying a out of business, bankrupt, liquidated operator in our space that has no means or wherewithal to maintain a license, like what we saw Voyager do in France with that AMF license business that they actually couldn't migrate the data from. What kind of due diligence they're even doing? You know, so they're just so reckless with that spending, and it is so public that I'm surprised more people didn't take that as a concern. Instead, the opposite happened. The more people saw a name, the more they trusted it.
Just
and
so
this is why
everyone
I came
knows,
on the
sorry
show,
to break
Mario.
in there, Andrew. I just want to break in really quick, just because this is something.
Oh, so Andrew, yeah, we do. Just to, Andrew, we do.
Yeah.
Any breaking news, Chet just jumps in, no matter who's speaking. Just a heads up. So don't get offended.
Just so everyone knows that's listening, we do have members on the team that were able to withdraw ETH normally from Binance, so that rumor appears to be incorrect.
Oh, okay, good. Thanks, Chet.
That's
yeah,
good
go
to
ahead,
know.
Andrew.
Thank you.
And Andrew, like, as you could, go ahead, bro.
The point I wanted to wrap on, and Mario, this is why I love you, why we come on your show, and why we're happy to do this today, is we're looking in our market right now. Trust, for some odd reason right now, is more important than truth. You hear something from a trusted source, whether it's verified or not, you start circulating it as though it is real, as though it is the truth. This is damaging for an industry. This allows people to play on our emotions, especially in a market where people are buying and selling emotionally. If somebody can control our emotions and drive us into fear and panic, we're manifesting bear markets. So it's really key to just show face, show up, engage with the community, be truthful, even if it's hard. And I think more venues like this that give companies like mine the opportunity to engage truthfully is critical going forward.
Hey,
Thank you.
Andrew and Mario, is it okay if I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, of course, Jack.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. And this really is for Andrew and Jesse. I guess, Andrew, I know you got to run, so maybe you take it. But CZ has made some comments before and some tweets about how things just didn't add up with FTX. And of course, now we see where everything is. But there was like little breadcrumbs and sprinkles along the way where, once he talks about the market maker attack on his exchange, and then some people were going behind closed doors and doing some stuff. But then there were some irregularities within on-chain items and the balance sheet that was posted. I'm just curious if Mexi or Kraken, so Andrew, Jesse, or anybody, any of the other exchanges coming up, what you guys may have sniffed out or noticed. I know we talked about big red flags like spending and stuff, and that's kind of generic. That goes across anything. But was there anything like on-chain that stood out, anything like that gave you some red flags that maybe weren't so obvious?
Good question. Like the spending was definitely a big one. I mean, we know our business as an exchange and, what it takes to operate. And so, we've heard a lot from investors behind the scenes as well, who were maybe looking at both companies at the same time. They were kind of comparing us to FTX, and they would tell us things, and, we'd just be like, that just like doesn't make sense what you're saying about kind of like what they have or what they're doing, relative to the cost structure or, the team size, or, the volumes that they have, just externally, right? Like, I mean, they have this, the Alameda connection was always like extremely suspect. It seemed like they were front running their own clients, and it seemed like they were just straight up like profit motivated and, adversarial with their clients. And, it turns out they're also like adversarial with the industry in DC. So, beyond like the marketing spend, the political spend was also like super sketchy. They're just spending so much money that it was like hard to imagine that they were getting, like a reasonable return on that, based on what we were seeing for our marketing spend. Just like was like nonsensical spend that was like never going to pay off. So there was that. We had our own business to compare their actions against. We thought, the FTT token was extremely suspect. There's not really a reason for that thing to exist. And so, that was like, that combined with Alameda, combined with the size of the team and the resumes of the team that was known, and sort of the centralized control. I mean, just the pace at which they were doing things, right? Like we would hear this from investors. FTX is moving so fast, and we'd be like, well, yeah, that's because they're like 50 people, and basically all the decisions are made by like one guy with like no accountability and no process, and nothing that you would expect from like a financial services company that you would trust with like billions of dollars. So there's just like a lot lacking on their operations, at least from the outside. And as we know now, basically it was like a few people at the top that really controlled the whole thing, and basically no one else in the company had any kind of visibility into what was happening, and were completely duped. And that thing wouldn't happen at Kraken. I mean, we have like a massive finance team of like over 100 people, and massive security team, and all of these guys like looking at stuff all the time. And I certainly don't have the ability to just go and like move funds around without anybody noticing. I mean, I can't even do it by myself. So there was just like a lot of stuff there that we were hearing about their operation from the outside, just the head count versus the spend, the Alameda relationship, what we're hearing from other market makers on Kraken, which is that they felt they were getting kind of like stop hunted on FTX, like, by another trader with like extra information. There were a lot of red flags for us. So, but it's hard to call that stuff out.
Jesse, I mean, I think everyone now in hindsight says there were red flags. We saw red flags. We should have known, but no one called it out. And I think that the question that we should all be asking is, when we have red flags, how the hell do you call something like that out? Like everyone now, Chamat said it, CZ said it, you've said it. Everyone's turned around and everyone has come out and said, we saw the red flags. We knew the red flags. We knew that they had more money than. how are we supposed to, as an industry, call it out? Who are we supposed to call it out to? How are we supposed to address it?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think it's really hard for another competitor to call it out, because I think it's just going to be immediately discounted and look like someone's afraid of competition and trying to throw their competitor under the bus, to just gain an advantage in the market. So I think we really need more independent voices, and Kraken can certainly say something, or I can say something, but I think it's going to be way less credible than it is coming from somebody more
But did you
neutral.
guys call it out? The question: did you guys call it out to regulators? Because I was going to ask that same question, Ron. In that,
which regulator? Which regulator? Regulator in Bahamas? I mean, which regulator did you call it out to?
That's the best question that's got asked so far.
Well, Andrew, I've got a question for you. One more question for you, Andrew, because Gaurav asked that question, and I want to explain it to the audience, and then maybe you can answer it. Is a problem that okay, I'm going to call something out then. In the industry, there's been multiple occasions in which exchanges receive tokens of a project to list a project. Okay, it's common practice. So for anyone listening, when a project wants to list on an exchange, Mexi, Gate, Qcoin, etc., they have to pay that project in a whole bunch of tokens, plus in most cases fiat as well. One issue, and then Gaurav brought up that issue because I'm guessing, Gaurav, you've had that experience. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been in the business since 2016, right?
Hey, Mario, I'm a project owner. I've had that experience directly.
Exactly. So what happens, Andrew, is, and again, that's unrelated to the liquidity issues. So for the audience to understand about being illiquid, that's unrelated, but it's a concern nonetheless. Is exchanges, and again, you're the one on stage, so you get props for being here. But your answer, in my opinion, will apply to many other exchanges that we know, Gaurav knows, Wahid knows, and others know. They dump the token of the project as soon as they list it. So they list a project and just dump all their tokens either as soon as they list it or in the early stages. Can you confirm that Mexi does not have that practice?
Yes, I can confirm that we do not have that practice.
There's your answer, Gaurav. I managed to get it for you.
Yeah.
I wanna go ahead. Sorry,
Gaurav. There were details to it. There were a bit of details to it. Why do we enforce, along with the listing term sheet, why do these exchanges enforce a certain amount of liquidity, certain amount of criteria to be above the listing price, when the listing price already is enforced to be above IDO price? These kind of things, and then forcing through market makers to have liquidity at that price is sort of assuring their exit of the tokens. I mean, that's how it looks. And then the dump comes. And at times there are situations, because obviously exchanges are listing, 3 projects a week or something like that in the bull run. So they miss the details that the project does not even have some amount of unlocked tokens to the crowd. So the question arises, where are all these tokens coming from that are sold on the books of the market maker, basically, that was enforced through the term sheet of listing the token?
Hey, Gaurav, you want to know what's really funny? Is I asked TDMM, which is one of Gaurav's market makers, to market make for me on MEXC in 2 weeks. So I actually got approved by this lovely lady called Libby. And we went through that.
Let's not digress the question, Wahid.
But I want to jump
go
in
ahead, Wahid.
Because I'm actually a supporter of centralized exchanges. A couple hours ago, I probably was the only person on the show who was saying that the entire ecosystem needs to be maintained healthy, and we need to support both decentralized and centralized exchanges. So, Andrew, I have one question only. Not about listings, not about paying you, not about dumping, none of that. Okay, just one simple question. If there was an IMF type fund, which in this space is actually no more than 20 to 25 billion, maybe 30 billion at most. If shit hits the fan, is your management team willing to hand over the keys? Obviously, shareholders are zeroed. Senior subordinated bonds are zeroed. And basically, the only people protected, the liquidity protected, is for depositors, okay, who for me would be the most senior secured in that whole cap structure. Is your management team willing to do that? Because only then, I believe, we're going to be able to have some form of trust in the system. And I'm actually very bearish that if we don't fix this trust, this entire space is going to get really, really hurt over the next few months.
Andrew, do you want to take that one? So essentially, he's asking, so essentially, Wahid, what the question is if there is a bailout fund, and
yeah, I want to know these management teams, are they willing to protect depositors over and beyond themselves?
But you're asking if Mexi wants it, but Mexi doesn't. Yeah. Just to be clear, then go ahead. Okay, Ron, I thought you were speaking. So, but Andrew, Wahid, what you're saying is that would Mexi want to participate in this in terms of receiving funds and zeroing in shareholders, etc., or participating in terms of committing funds to that?
Mario, it's very simple. With this kind of leverage in the system, most of these centralized exchanges we've established with all this brain power that you have on this show, which is phenomenal, that many exchanges have negative equity. Okay, just like banks had in 08. I'm not going to repeat all my speech. Just like, gold reserves and silver, etc. There's 10 times more futures than there is actually physical gold. I'm not going to get into that bullshit. But the point is the system, like so many systems around the world, I would argue every system around the world is highly leveraged. In this scenario, a lot of people have to take pain. Speculators, equity holders, etc. I'm looking out for the small $100, $300, $400 depositor in so many decentralized exchanges, because the way I see it, it's going to be a demise. If there was
so I've got some interesting
liquidity
information
fund
here that is breaking from our team and some people that I've been working with. We've been doing some on-chain analytics. There's a lot of rumors spreading out right now about some Crypto.com transactions.
Shit, that's what I was waiting for. Shit, did you verify it?
Yes, so here's what I can verify. First of all, it is true that Crypto.com sent $1 billion worth of stablecoins to FTX prior to all this falling down. It is unknown, however, if they were able to pull this back out before the collapse. So there's a potential that there's $1 billion of stable still technically locked in what they did there. On the second side, people have been spreading rumors that Crypto.com moved assets from Binance in order to pay for withdrawals recently. Speaking with several on-chain analytics people here, this includes mad scientists, Fuzalia and Alex Valantis, it appears that this is likely a normal whale or just a market maker. There's not enough data in the metadata to actually prove that has anything to do with Crypto.com actually moving assets to pay for withdrawals. This is something that's spreading out quite a lot on crypto Twitter right now, so it's kind of important to know that. Okay, so just to clarify, you've got two pieces of information here. The more serious one is Crypto.com having $1 billion. How much assets do they have at the exchange right now? Do you know? Does anyone know? Nansen should have that information. Just to understand how big of a hit $1 billion would be to Crypto.com. Do you know, Chet? I do not know that number right off the top of my head. No.
Let me see. I'm not sure actually. Can you drop the transaction? Can you drop the transaction so we can track
Ron,
it and maybe just track?
Yeah, Ron.
Track the wallets.
We have a group of a few analysts. If you want to join them on WhatsApp, Romy, could you send you my WhatsApp number and I'll add you in.
Okay, drop me a WhatsApp on the.
Yeah, Romy, if you can DM Ron on Twitter my WhatsApp, and then Ron, I'll just add you to that group, and then you can follow. I'll also put it in the tweet. I'm just drafting a tweet now. So the $1 billion, I'll see how big of a hit that would have on Crypto.com. And then the second point is people that have been spreading rumors that Crypto.com moved assets from Binance in order to pay withdrawals. It appears that this is likely a normal whale or market maker. What's that amount? How much funds?
The amount that was argued or the speculation about it was being pushed out there was, I think, roughly $80 million.
Yeah, the TX is 80 million. The TX is the TX from Binance back to Crypto.com is $80 million. We've been tracking that transaction.
Oh, there you go. So that's I like that you didn't share it, Ron, until you could confirm. So that $1 billion that they've had that they sent to FTX, to me that sounds like that could pose a very serious liquidity issue for Crypto.com. If people are freaking out about $80 million, the real story is that $1 billion. Where'd you get that information from?
That's from Etherscan. That's directly from Etherscan. There's a direct address on that, that's been also shared around on Twitter. But yes, that's been confirmed. That is an actual $1 billion that was sent from them over to FTX.
So one thing, Mary, I learned from talking to centralized exchange today, and I'm not going to mention which. Basically, sometimes you have to send stables to unlock a shitload of your tokens. So if they have a leverage arrangement with FTX with derivatives, they've got to send stables to unlock a huge amount of their tokens.
Guys, I've just got I've just got who's the I cannot share it. Fuck. Bro, can I share it? Hold on, let me see. Can I share without the name? Come on, bro. Please give me permission. Please, please, please. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, I'm waiting to get permission to share. We can share it anonymously. So there's a big name in the space DMing me now. Yeah, we can share it anonymously. So I'll just chat to him via WhatsApp. But that's fucking major. That's really fucking serious if that's the case.
What is that?
Then Chris, I just told you.
You have me on the edge of my seat now, Mario.
Yeah, bro. It's I don't have permission to even share it with you. He's typing now, so I'll let you know. But if this is, all right, I'm just gonna say, all right, it's happening live. So man, I'm gonna say Mr. X. I call you Mr. X. I'm gonna say exactly what is written, but won't say who the name is. Okay. Fuck. I'm gonna mute myself, guys. Let me just send him a voice note, see if permission I can get. I'll be back. Alex.
While Mario's doing that, I actually have a quick question. Jesse, you're probably the best position to answer it, but it's kind of twofold, right? So the first question is, I think there's a lot of people, pushing back, like, it's dangerous to push FUD on Twitter, which, I generally agree. However, on the flip side, if these exchanges are holding their customer assets one-to-one, the FUD really shouldn't matter. And like the worst case is, people just take money off the exchanges and they move back in. So my first question is, how do these exchanges, how are they impacted by people moving off? Is it they're just losing exchange fees, or is there some type of, other fees they're having to pay? And the second thing is, for the exchanges that offer some type of staking rewards program, say it's like ETH staking, and there is, a lockup period and then a cool off, how does that impact their ability to process customer withdrawals?
Yeah, good questions. If the exchange isn't doing anything with the client funds that they're not supposed to be doing, there should be no problem to process withdrawals. It's apart from maybe accessing their cold storage, if they've got a really secure cold storage process. If they are forced to go into their cold storage, maybe that could be a bit of a hassle. Normally, we generally kind of top up the hot wallet from deposits every day, and it's pretty rare to have to go into cold storage because deposits and withdrawals, relatively sort of balance each other out. And then we have sort of like a warm wallet structure, So going into the cold storage could be a hassle. So that could be something. They shouldn't really mind the withdrawals unless they're getting some kind of yield on those balances somehow, which would probably be, you check the terms of service and see what they're allowed to do with your balances. So yeah, it could cost them revenue if they're actually deploying your balances, to earn some kind of yield for themselves. If you're staking it, if they're lockups, again, check the terms of service. Obviously, if you're staking ETH, there's no way to get that out unless they have a token, for staked ETH that you get, and then you could get that token out.
Jesse, how long would it take you to access your cold wallet? Assuming that the funds in your hot wallet ran out, how long would it take for the transfer between your cold wallet back into your hot wallet? The reason why I ask is because sometimes, like what happened with FTX, withdrawals became delayed before they became halted. So it was you could draw, and then eventually it was okay, you can draw, but there's a delay now for 2 hours, and it's we're just moving funds from the cold wallet. What's the for a normal exchange, and I know every exchange has a different cold wallet to hot wallet system, what is the procedure? How many signatories? How long does it take to transfer? Walk us through that just to give us an understanding.
Yeah, I can't give you all the details, but it would be pretty rare for us to go into cold storage. It would have to be on an unplanned schedule. It would have to be just like a ridiculous amount of withdrawals that are, orders of magnitude kind of beyond like what we normally see. So if just let's just say, for example, like in one day, we had 50% of all the funds like were withdrawn like in a single hour or something like that, then yeah, we're going to have to go into the cold storage. There are some mechanisms around being able to access the cold storage. So it could be some time, it could be several hours. It could be even, maybe a full day, depending on what's going on. So I don't think that would be like unreasonable for someone to.
Do you mind if I quickly jump in, Jesse? Just want to correct something. Chat, I need you to do more DD on that $1 billion to FTX, because credible sources are just giving me different information, and sources I trust. So I need you to verify that.
Yeah, I verified that with multiple on-chain analytics.
I'm gonna send it. I'll send you a number of someone. If you could just chat to him and give him all the information, and let me know what the conclusion is. I've deleted the tweet till then. It's just such a major piece of information that I want to make sure it's 100% accurate. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you, Jesse.
Yeah, I was just saying it wouldn't be unreasonable for an exchange to say that they need 24 hours to go into their cold storage and top things up, especially depending on the size of the operation. How many people do they have that can be on call to go do that? Do they physically need people to show up at the data center? Is there, a randomization process for deciding who goes to the data center and signs? So, there could be quite a bit of process involved if they have a pretty robust system. So to me, it would not be a red flag if someone said, like, we need 24 hours to top up the hot wallet, for like unprecedented kind of like surprise withdrawals. For us, though, we keep topping up the warm wallet, and it would really have to be like a surprise thing. Like we keep increasing the balances of the hot wallet. If it looks like there's a trend of withdrawals coming up. So I don't know. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, perfect. I don't know if you guys have spoken about this, but there was a statement from the Bahamas Police, Royal Bahamas Police. I don't know if you guys have spoken about it. I'll read it out just in case you haven't. It says, in light of the collapse of FTX globally and the provisional liquidation of FTX digital markets, Limited, a team of financial investigators from the Financial Crimes Investigation Branch are working closely with the Bahamas Securities Commission to investigate if any criminal misconduct occurred. And it's released officially from the Royal Bahamas Police account.
I have another breaking now that the season here is breaking. DeFi Yield Web3 has just posted some crypto sources claim that the trading terminal 3 commas has been hacked. Hackers might get access to your API keys. We recommend to revoke all accesses if you have ever been using 3 commas.
Jesus, everyone's breaking news now, chat. It's not just you. Chat is validating. Chat is now validating the $1 billion.
That's because I'm stuck on this validation right now.
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna send you the link. I'm gonna send you the link, Mario, on
Thanks,
WhatsApp.
man. Yeah, my WhatsApp. I don't even know where to start with my WhatsApp.
Eric, I have a question for you since you're from CoinSquare. Are you going to be implementing the Merkle tree?
Sorry, Dad, I'm having a hard time actually hearing you. I wonder if it's because I joined from your link. I know others are hearing you okay.
Can you hear me
okay,
chat? Can you hear me?
I can hear,
I can hear
Merkle, I can hear you.
Are you open for the Merkle tree proof of reserves? Are you going to be implementing that?
Yeah, we're looking at it right now. So CoinSquare, just so everyone here, I don't know if you're familiar with or not, is one of Canada's largest cryptocurrency exchanges. We offer trading of over 40 plus coins, only spot trading. We only also currently deal with Canadian clients, and we are actually regulated as an IROC broker dealer. IROC in Canada is equivalent to essentially FINRA, which regulates all of the broker dealers in the US and in Canada for IROC and IROC's purposes. I think so what's unique about Canada is that we do have actually a pretty clear regulatory framework now. Unfortunately, came to about because of the Quadriga CX news, and so under that regulatory framework, we're held to certain standards and requirements, and within those requirements, requires us to obviously have one-to-one reserves. We can't, lend out client assets. We have to be one-to-one. We conduct annual financial audits. There's insurance that comes with that as well. So on the cash that's held at CoinSquare, there's, similar to SIPC in the US, which is the insurance that covers sort of securities in accounts in traditional equities. There's $1 million coverage from the Canadian Investor Protection Fund that covers the cash in your CoinSquare accounts. And then most importantly, which I think everyone wants to hear about here, is that we do run daily reports that we give to our regulator to ensure that all client liabilities are met or exceeded by the amount of client assets the amount of client assets in cold storage are met or exceed the amount of client liabilities at any point in time. And this is obviously really critical. So to answer your question, Chet or Mario, on the proof of reserve side, we're evaluating it right now with our auditor. As mentioned, we go through audit financial statements. We will be providing sort of the initial proof of reserves, I guess, sort of audit with Nansen. So we're in communication with them right now for that. But on the official Merkle proof of reserves piece, we are evaluating that as well with our auditor at the moment.
All right, so thanks a lot, man. I appreciate the update. It just shows that the benefit of being regulated for centralized exchanges. Chet, did you want to add the updates on that that information without mentioning names?
Yes.
And by the way, just for and I want to say anyone from Crypto.com that can come and clarify this. This is like okay. I just want to express something. I understand the concerns around FUD. Perfect. So if there's FUD spreading around you, then just and we're inviting you. Any exchange, whenever we mention your name, whether it's Crypto.com or Gate, we mention Gate, KuCoin, I was gonna say FTX. I'm just so used to it. You can just come up and clarify those concerns, either yourself or one of the other executives. Mexi was on stage earlier. We have Eric from where are you from, Eric? From a Canadian exchange.
Yeah, CoinSquare. We're the
CoinSquare. CoinSquare.
Hopefully after this,
I remember you guys. OG. So we have other exchanges waiting to speak. But then the exchanges where we mention this information that you consider quote unquote FUD, you complain about it, but you don't come up on stage to talk about it. So my panel is available for people critical, people with concerns, but also people with facts or have opposing views. But yeah, I'm gonna be
also Mario too. I pinned a tweet which is that I think there's been some pushback to like Twitter FUD and all that, but at the end of the day, if Twitter FUD alone can drive your company to insolvency, the problem wasn't with crypto Twitter. It was the way you were running your business. Because if you actually follow the rules, agree with that. Everything needs to be backed one-to-one anyways. So yes, it could do some short-term damage, but it should not drive your company to insolvency.
Absolutely.
But the one thing that I wanted to clarify here, so from what we've gotten on the information from the sources that we have, so someone very close, so I'm not going to name who got this information to us, but I can confirm at least that this is verifiable. So the two things
I've got two people mentioning this, just FYI, Chet. But go ahead. You have one you're talking to.
Yes. So $1 billion was sent, yes, to FTX. So that is confirmed by blockchain analytics. There's no doubt in that. It's absolute. The clarification or disclaimer to this is that according to a source that was able to hear from the CEO directly at Crypto.com, they claimed that they have only lost $10 million in the FTX fiasco. Now, keep in mind, this is the word of Crypto.com, so of course it would be great to have more clarification on that as to how that functioned, how they ended up with $1 billion going over there and then only losing $10 million. But the on-chain analytics do say, yes, $1 billion went over, and that's just kind of where we stand right now on that.
Hey, Mario, I would also encourage you to ask each of these exchanges that show up today, tomorrow, whenever, that same Merkle question, the proof of reserves question. I think it's a great question.
All right, will do. But then it doesn't show liabilities. That's a concern. But it's a step in the right direction. It's a step in the right direction.
It's a step in the right direction. Exactly. It's not the home run. I think some people suspect it is, but it's like one of those baby steps of the industry. I think it's better than nothing.
And to be honest, this is where regulation becomes really important, right? There is a high cost to being regulated, but it's really important. I think Kraken's obviously done a great job in the U.S. Obviously, we're trying to trailblaze in Canada here, and I think the Canadian requirements, like I said previously, they are actually clear for us from a securities regulator perspective. We might not always agree with them. I'm sure people saw the investment limit sort of requirements that were imposed on clients, but ultimately that's to protect the end customers, and so I think proof of reserves is kind of the first step, but regulation, I do think the right regulation with clear guidelines, I think is important here as well.
Yeah, on the proof of reserve stuff, this the non-SAN list is really just a list of assets, right? It's not really a list of what your client account balances are, what your liabilities are. So it's just sort of half of that piece of what a real like Merkle tree proof of reserves would be, which includes the client balances versus your actual assets. But I'm curious to actually ask you guys, with the nonsense stuff, an exchange could share all of its addresses publicly and maintain that list, pretty much in real time. But you do lose some privacy as a user, because your own individual deposit address at the exchange might be disclosed. Do you guys think that is worth doing? That privacy trade-off is worth doing, or is it better to do these sort of snapshots in Merkle tree proofs, like with an auditor, where you don't necessarily have to disclose all of the exchange's addresses to the public?
Yeah, that's a great question, Jesse, and something that we've thought about as well. I mean, the way we deal with our client assets and liabilities is we make sure we're one-to-one with the assets in cold storage actually. So we would only be exposing when we do the Nansen piece, the cold wallet addresses. So it's not an individual person's address. That was a concern though of our legal and compliance teams when looking at the Nansen, and that's kind of what we were talking about this weekend. But I think your points that you're spot on. It's, you're only showing the one side of it, which is the assets. You're not showing the liability side, and so it's not really giving you the entire picture. And that's why I do think audits and having auditors, appropriate auditors, look at the books and records with the regulatory oversight is definitely the way to go. But at least it's it's one step in the right direction. We wouldn't be having a lot of these conversations we're having here today if Cryptocom and Binance and a few others didn't already post sort of their wallet addresses. We can now hold them accountable here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So do you feel like there's it's fairly easy to detect essentially like deposit addresses, even if like in the best case scenario, the exchange kind of like generates one-time use like deposit addresses whenever someone wants to deposit, but like at the end of the day, we all know that people are going to reuse them. And also like it's also fairly easy, whenever checking kind of like Etherscan or anything out there to detect like what is a deposit address, because like obviously the orchestration mechanism within the exchange is gonna essentially get back the fund into omnibus accounts or cold storage at kind of like a regular interval. So I do feel like it's like you can provide like a certain sense of privacy, but you're still like fairly limited. So I do feel like you're not leaking too much information though.
Breaking news, very important breaking news.
Oh, please let us know, Kim.
Yeah, I'm very tired. I'm going to bed.
Okay, bro, because all right, Kim, I appreciate being here, man. We'll see if we're here when you wake up, by the way.
Okay, well, keep it going, man. Sounds good.
I appreciate you doing this, man. It's been a pretty crazy journey thing. But yeah, Kim, massive shout out. Thanks a lot for joining me on these shows.
All right, man. Later.
Bro,
Bye-bye.
rest well. I do have a lot of complaints, and I'm not alone, of projects that are complaining. I know that's not the topic of concern on the show, but there's a lot of DMs we're getting of projects that are complaining about exchanges taking tokens, and Wahid mentioned it, and we want to try to bring him up again. Gaurav is the one that brought up this issue, and Gaurav incubates dozens of projects. of exchanges getting paid in tokens and then dumping them as soon as a token lists. And it became like, to be honest, I'll be very, very honest, it became like for us, like, yeah, it's part of the game. Like it just became that bad. Now I know, Jesse, you've never taken
Exactly.
tokens. That's
And
how that's how
and
far we've gone in the space.
I
How
am
dirty it got.
actually discussing this with one of the oldest founders and OGs of the space, like builder, not very public figure right now, and he's like, dude, these guys have already signed tons of term sheets, like the signing term sheets with projects. They're nose deep in the shit. They can't really run away. So the question sort of it just doesn't make them uncomfortable. There's no answer to it mostly. Right, and again, this is not the topic of the space or for today,
But I
but
think,
it is a topic. It is an exchange wrongdoing that is killing the industry. The projects suffer, the buyers suffer, the investors suffer.
Yeah, I think we called out Ben Bitboy on pumping tokens, and he took responsibility, and he mentioned, and he agreed that influencers are also to blame about this. And I want to say exchange, like we all have some sort of role to play in how, I'm going to use the word dirty, how dirty and how ugly the space got. And I want to go to Jesse, because I know Kraken doesn't do this. Jesse, like first on the behavior of exchanges taking tokens to list a project and then dumping those tokens. I'm sure this is something that would have bothered you in the last few months and years. And then so that's question number one. And question number two is, what led us down this path? Like, how did things get this bad in the space?
Yeah, good question. So for us from the beginning, our whole impetus for creating this business in the first place was to have a very trusted, reliable exchange that was a good actor, someone that the regulators and law enforcement and government could look at as somebody who's sort of beyond reproach, and just like a very solid actor, professional actor in the space. And for us, that meant that we don't create conflicts of interest against our clients. We don't trade against our clients. We don't take payments for listings because we think that creates a conflict. And also just in terms of the regulatory risk assessment, anything we list, we don't think is a security. However, the risk of listing something that does turn out to be determined to be a security later, if you're just trading it, that risk is significantly lower than if you're actually selling it yourself. So, we've just taken like a very conservative approach to the business, and we don't want to ever have the appearance that we are adversarial to our clients, or that we have special relationships. I think what all these exchanges really offer to these projects is access. They're effectively marketing vehicles for these projects. These projects are willing to pay the exchanges for listings because they get access to these consumers who don't really know what they're doing. And so, it's basically just like buying ads on CoinMarketCap or on Google or whatever. And they can afford to pay a lot because basically, the whole things are scams. And, they plan to just dump immediately. And so I think that the larger exchanges may be more conservative about this, but for the smaller or mid-sized exchanges, they may just need to make money any way they can get it. They might be primarily profit motivated. They might not be thinking about the long-term implications for the space of engaging in that kind of behavior. So, for us, it's just been something we didn't want to engage with. And, we want to be neutral about the coins that we list. You don't see NASDAQ requiring a bunch of stock allocation to list an asset. And you would question if they did that, whether they really listed that asset because they really passed the test, and they're a legit company, or because they just got paid off by NASDAQ, and NASDAQ is going to cash out as soon as they list something. So we just don't think that's the place of an
top 5, top 6. So, and I'm getting more and more of these DMs just showing the recklessness and what lack of regulation could lead to.
Yeah, I think that's hugely messed up, and I think we can't. I don't think we can keep relying on regulators to do anything. They're, even if they pull up, they are just so far behind the curve, and they're distracted with like a million other things going on. We like to think that if a company's regulated, that like they're actually, there's someone like lording over them 24/7, but it's not actually the case. They kind of like check in from time to time and call you when they see something in the news about you, but day to day, they're not really actively protecting people. So, I think we can't call for more regulation here. I think the industry really has to come together and call this stuff out, and users really have to care about it. It ultimately comes down to the consumer and the users of these products. And, maybe you should ask the question before you buy into a token at the first sign of trading, whether the exchange that you're trading on has some interest in that. Why did they list it? Who else? And it's just like fundamentals research. Unfortunately, no one wants to do research in the fundamentals of these coins when they launch and find out like who actually owns them, what are the relationships, what are the incentives, and people just kind of buy in blindly. I think that's a huge problem. I don't know how you control that, but I think it's just like a lot of degenerate gamblers.
It's something crazy you said. You said that we don't need more regulation. We need to come together. I want to disagree with this, but also it's just interesting and ironic that I just don't think, like we've been saying this for so many years, I just don't think we will. Like as humans, regulation is the result of us coming together to find a solution to human nature. So I think regulation is the result. We just need crypto native regulation, in my opinion. But
well, Mario, if I could interject real quick and as somebody in North America, we have some of the most regulation in the world, just like Jesse is saying, like we get it. But here's the kind of the meme in the room is by the time one of these coins or tokens or whatever, even if you believe a lot in it, by the time it reaches the US audience is the exit liquidity. Like that's it. The thing is peaked, typically speaking, right? Like 90% of the time. For these coins and stuff. So while we're insulated and perhaps protected from hopefully some of the fallout by FTX through some of the regulatory things that have been set up, nobody really is running with these bull runs in the kind of the U.S. markets, because by the time it gets to a regulated exchange, it's already peaked most of the time.
Gaurav,
hey Mara, shall I jump in?
Yeah, you and Gaurav, go ahead, guys.
All right, I'm gonna take you down memory lane, tease you a little bit, Mario. Okay, obviously I'm not going to talk about my background. Came from the traditional world, etc. We pivoted to Web3. I launched a token, and yours truly told me, Wahid, you got to grow up. I know you're used to the NASDAQ and the NYSE and all those different things. It's very different in crypto. Okay, I was bullied by a lot of funds. Where is 3 Hours Capital? Where is Alameda? Specifically, I got calls every day. Did they call you back? Did they subscribe? Did they send you a term sheet? So we have the sheep syndrome. Then I was told, you got to get on a centralized exchange. We got a bunch of IDOs, launch pads. You're a loser. You got to go on a centralized exchange. After you get on a centralized exchange, and I'm going to call out Jesse on this, someone who I respect. I have a very small shareholding in Kraken through a feeder fund. So I'm a proud Kraken shareholder. But even the Kraken guys, you've got to be on a certain amount of centralized exchanges to even dare talk to us. So the whole industry is just a herd mentality. It's a pecking order. And I don't know how we constructed it, but we constructed it. It's a pecking order. You've got to go on this, and then you get on this, and then you can speak to Binance. And if you speak to Binance, you can go on Coinbase and Kraken, etc. There's no independent thinking, and this is what I don't like. Now, let's talk about the issues that you talked about. I think it's a rite of passage. I'm used to it. It's fine. When I did IPOs over the last 30 years, we knew that when we listed a company, or I was as a mutual fund buying a stock in an IPO, a certain allocation went to SAC, or back then it was SAC and a certain amount of hedge funds, and they dumped it. It was just part of the game. So when I go on a centralized exchange, I try to minimize the amount of tokens I give them for marketing, knowing it's going to be dumped. I have a reserve fund in order to soak that up because I know it's going to be dumped. There is a rite of passage. It's a shitty situation, but it's a rite of passage. I'm on this call for the last 5 hours, actually supporting centralized exchanges because I believe they're very, very specific. They play a specific role in this industry. And something that's not been discussed. I am talking for the 90% of crypto traders that are not sophisticated, that panic when they open up a MetaMask account, that don't know how to use DEX tools, that love the userability of Kraken. They love going on Kraken and Kraken asking them certain KYC questions. Yes, believe it or not, they love it because they feel like there's a centralized thing that looks a little bit like JP Morgan Chase that gives them that element of comfort that their assets are going to be safe. That's why centralized exchanges, we need to protect. They need to, better their behavior, but that's the way I see the lay of the land.
Is it possible, and this is something I'd be curious to hear Jesse's thought on. I think Phase Tribe, everything you laid out was correct. They are necessary because we still do need fiat on and off ramps. But if I look at a lot of the problems that comes back to the centralized exchanges, it all comes back to the fact that they're all for-profit organizations. And so I guess my question maybe for Jesse and others is that if we as, the crypto Web3 community believe that, centralized exchanges are a necessary aspect, right, or a foundational piece of Web3 right now, are for-profit companies the right vehicle for them to be brought through? Meaning, could something like a nonprofit or foundation exchange that isn't necessarily seeking to maximize profits, but rather wants to be a utility, right, charging the bare minimum for security in running the service, is that something that could happen? Because I think whether it's, FTX, like trying to trade client funds, or, these token listings, it all comes back to the fact that these for-profit companies have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders to try to maximize profit. And when you hold a bunch of money, there's opportunities to make money on that capital. When you have the reach, you have situations where you can list coins. So is it possible that there could be another way in which an exchange could be launched that isn't drawn into those temptations?
I think that would be almost impossible to do, to get the incentives right, to be able to retain the kind of talent that you need to run an exchange. You got to pay the guys that know how to do this quite a bit. You got to give them the right incentives to stick around. People in this space that are talented have a tremendous amount of opportunity. So, you'd really need a lot of extremely competent, very strong people who just don't care about getting paid that much, when there are other massive opportunities coming at them on a daily basis. Personally, I would not trust an exchange that claims to not be making any money. It's extremely expensive to run an exchange. You need extremely talented people in security and engineering to make sure that the money doesn't get lost. The stakes are just too high, I think, to have people that would normally be working for minimum wage at a nonprofit to be responsible for this stuff.
Yeah,
so that's interesting. Or go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, if I was going to jump in, I completely agree with Jesse. At the end of the day, profit equals innovation, right? That's typically where your innovation comes. If you look at Elon with SpaceX, SpaceX was done. They went to space a lot quicker and cheaper than the U.S. government did, right? And so typically with profitable businesses, that's where the innovation really does happen. But if I can push back also, which I think Mario was pushing back earlier a little bit on Jesse, was we have enough regulation and it's on us now. I think there's a little bit of both. I still think there's definitely more regulation required, even in the U.S. And even in Canada. I'm not just saying Canada is perfect, but in the U.S., the guidelines on spot trading for crypto is just there aren't really any clear requirements there. In Canada, we can do much better on the derivatives front. And I think there's definitely a lot more we can do. And then I do agree with the sentiment that this is a global play, and it's really, unfortunately, the regulatory bodies across the world that need to come together. There are organizations like IOSCO, which is an international body of securities commissions that do meet on this, and should try to at least have through those sets of members guidelines or requirements, that a minimum threshold that platforms need to meet, because we're this conversation on listing coins and getting paid for that, and even having your own coin, can really result in some serious conflicts of interest where, ultimately in this situation, what we saw with SBF, right? I truly believe that he, provided the FTT line of credit, whatever you want to call it, to Alameda, because he found himself in a sort of a tricky situation, right? And figured he was going to trade his way out of it.
Do you think he went, just quickly, do you think I'm kind of pivoting away, but just the last comment, did Sam from the early stages make decisions he knew were gonna, he knew were breaking the law, or he just made small mistakes along the way that led to where we are today? Because
No,
the
a lot of
former,
things were structured, by the way. So those who are old enough here have already seen an age when, as soon as you fill up the form on FTX for listing, within 15 minutes you'd get an email from Alameda. So that was like a day-to-day affair. And like we were discussing, 20 minutes ago, we have come so far in this that it has all become a reality. Like nobody even doubted that, nobody even questioned it. Why do I have to deal with this market making agency that would ask me for, like, at that time 500,000 and a whole bunch of my tokens, and would assure my listing on FTX? So and it's the same line of thoughts and same line of conversation that we have been on to since the last 40 minutes since I triggered this side of conversation.
then I don't understand, if he knew he fucked up so bad, why the fuck was he still in the Bahamas, where he was pretty quickly arrested? Not in the US, but still, Bahamas is not the safest place for a criminal.
Because when you're funding the world's biggest government, you sort of develop an overconfidence. I mean, this is not for the first time that it has happened. He was confident that no one can take on him.
I mean, it's possible he really had such little idea or tracking of what was going on that maybe he actually was
if nobody's going to talk,
by surprise.
I think the funniest part of this entire conversation is the
sorry,
one
someone
exchange.
was Fidget, I think you couldn't hear. Sometimes
Oh, I
space
can't hear.
glitches. So yeah, someone was speaking. Yeah, I'll let you go after. Whoever was speaking, I'll give you the mic again, and then Fidget will go right after.
Oh, it might have been me. I was just saying,
it was Jesse, yeah.
It's possible that Sam was just like so incompetent or busy or whatever that he just wasn't really tracking what was going on, and actually was caught by surprise, which was sort of what happened with Mt. Gox back in 2014, which was that their wallets, their cold wallets, had actually been compromised years earlier and had been getting refilled over time. And the hackers just kept draining that cold wallet that Mark wasn't paying attention to, and then when he went to go pull the cold wallet out to refill his hot wallet, he was like, oh shit, this cold wallet is empty and it's supposed to have 600,000 Bitcoin in it. And for years, he just wasn't paying attention to it. And, I don't know how, Sam seems like an extremely busy guy. He's just like bouncing all over the place all the time, doing a million things. It's not hard to believe that the dude just was not paying attention and actually, was somewhat surprised himself, and therefore, not actually preparing for, what was about to happen, and was overly kind of confident in the position.
No doubt about that. Mark, can I take a bit on that?
Yeah, go ahead. And then I know that Satoshi, Monty, and Jack were waiting. Fidget right after. Go ahead, Gaurav.
There's a little experience we have, not absolutely firsthand, but I can say that firsthand through one of the founders that went physically to their apartment like 6 months ago actually, and was on our daily calls, us being an incubator on daily calls with them at that point of time. And the way it went was sort of not that great, because the project applied for funding at FTX Ventures, and they waited for like a month or so, and then one random day the founder flies into Bahamas, because she lived in Barbados. It was like next doors for her, and in 2 days they're ready to fund the entire round, buy out the entire round. And I mean, they were ready to buy in the whole fundraise, but we locked them in a limited amount of tokens. So the point is, yes, it's sort of you're right that the due diligence and all of that was premature, because if you're rejecting a project, it's rejected, right? And just because somebody met you personally, it shouldn't have changed the DD process of a venture capital arm. And then there are more details which are not meant to be published right now, but yeah, Sam was not directly involved in 99% of the things that I can give you like a direct feedback.
Fidget? Oh, you dropped out. Monty, Gordon.
Mario, can I actually follow up with one thing with Jesse and Eric before we drift too far away?
Yeah, sure, bro.
I think it's really crucial to that thread. So, I think, Eric, you made a point of, these companies, they need profits to try to innovate. But that in itself, I think, is part of the problem, is that you see a lot of centralized exchanges they start to bring up more money, and they go from just being fiat on-off ramps to suddenly they are the hub of all the features, right? So they need more revenue and profits to do it when, at least from where I stand, I want that innovation and engagement to be happening out in the DeFi space, right? And so that's kind of one half. And then I guess my other half of the question, I guess for you, Jesse, is I totally get how this could be like a lot of overhead costs. In fact, I don't want, I want the top engineers in cybersecurity and in DevOps to be working at the exchanges if I have funds there. My question, though, is like, we've obviously seen Bitcoin and Ethereum are both run as foundations. They're securing, tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars in value, and they're doing it as a foundation. So why does that model work for these large open DeFi infrastructure projects, but not for like an exchange? Thanks.
I guess I can take that first piece there, and then Jesse, you can take the second piece. But yeah, I guess like on the profit equals innovation plan, and then kind of creates this sort of super company which attracts all the volumes. I mean, I think that's where ultimately going back to sort of what we've been talking about here is where regulation is really important. And I think one of the points I did want to make clear on what I was saying earlier was I think regulation is really important. The regulators need to there's still work and catch up and a lot that needs to get done. We also don't want them to stifle the innovation, but I think it also is important for all of us and to as a community to make sure that the exchanges are held accountable, that they're being transparent, that we're asking these sort of questions. Because I want to go back to a point we were making a lot earlier, where I think Jesse had said that he had his red flags had gone off about Sam, and Elon said the same thing, and I think Brian Armstrong said the same thing.
I think CZ said something different but similar. So many people said the same thing to us. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, if they're saying this, right, that's fine. I mean, like if someone said something and clients start withdrawing, that should be fine, right? But it's so I think it's important that like if someone were to say something about CoinScore, for example, that was negative, we would be able to fulfill every single client request for the withdrawal of their funds. And so I think it's on us as an industry to continue to be transparent, and hopefully this will push both the regulators. I hope Gary Gensler is watching and going to change what he's doing in the US and also in Canada, and us as a community to be more transparent and hold exchanges more accountable.
I'm bringing up another exchange. It's just fascinating to see all the exchanges that we all trust. Like, Bitstamp. What's your take on Bitstamp, guys? Alex, you want to kick it off?
I haven't used Bitstamp, so I'll refrain from chiming in here.
So I've never.
I know some people have their hands up for a while, so.
Yeah, I haven't had much concerns about Bitstamp, and obviously Kraken is one of the most trusted.
Hey,
Binance
Mario,
as well.
can you see people's hands up today or not?
And then you see the ones that we're questioning right now, mainly Crypto.com. I want KuCoin and Gatetos to come on stage. I've had a lot of reports. None of them are willing to come on stage, so it's just fascinating to see. Okay. So, the gentleman from
Mario,
Bitstamp,
can I jump in quickly?
Yeah, go ahead, Monty. Yeah, bro, go ahead. And then I'll
okay,
go to Gordon and Nas.
I mean, I've been watching listening the conversation now, yesterday and today. It's fascinating who's joining there, and I do share a lot of the views about non-custodial wallets and not your keys, not your wallet, and these kind of innovation which is happening in DeFi. Nevertheless, I think we have to also admit that there's a demand for centralized exchanges, and I mean, there is a demand that people just want to trust a centralized entity where you have the simplicity and the usage of like the trading engine, which is just much cheaper and faster than any decentralized exchange at the moment. But it comes with this regulatory demand at the moment. And as Jesse said, we actually don't need more regulation, but rather smarter regulation. It will actually kill a lot of the innovation. What we actually need is a smart regulation, because we cannot solve the current problems with the old solutions. We need something new, and the SEC really fails on so many levels at the moment because they close their eyes on what is really needed and go after small entities, discussing whether it's a security token or utility token or not. But basically, the segregation of funds is not a discussion at the moment. That's what's needed. And I pointed out it yesterday already. There's the small country in Liechtenstein where they started a working group 2017 to really understand what's going on, and then they passed a law, and it's now in full force since 1st January 2020, and we are actually operating under this law. But a key part is that the segregation of funds is a key element for exchanges. So there's no discussion about balance sheet and liabilities and things like that. You just have to keep the customer funds separate 100% all the time. And they do check it. And if they hear any noise, we're basically in contact with them in a weekly basis in this regard. And that's in a small country which has stepped up and said, okay, we need a smart regulatory framework with a holistic approach, not only a single license, but rather a variety of licenses from custody to token holders to token generator up to an exchange. Even price service is included, and token issuance and everything. So that's fascinating to see that this like small country has been stepping up. And now some of these ideas are taking over to MiCA. So in a lot of other countries, even the US recently visited Liechtenstein and learned about this blockchain act. And that's what we need. So we need education on the regulatory side as well. And this will take time. But ultimately, for all these exchanges who are not in Liechtenstein and who are like in a scrutiny of a gray zone where the law missing of trusted leadership, and the three company values at our company are integrity, excellence, and unity, and especially integrity. Doing the right thing when nobody is watching. These are like entrepreneurial basic rules, and these apply also to all the crypto players, whether it's DeFi, decentralized or centralized. There's a lot of shit going around in the industry, and we need good leaders stepping in. And I think with Jesse and Brian and some others, we are already in a good path. So we need more trusted entrepreneurs who are really trying to do the right thing.
And we saw that now, Monty, like for Jesse or for Charles Hoskinson or for Gabe or the gentleman from Paxos or the Brad from Ripple, like just them coming on stage when some of them were not even brought into the discussion, and trying to offer clarity, trying to give a voice. I think that the leaders will step up in times like these, and we're seeing that now. And then we're seeing that the people that were loud during the bull market, whether it's some exchange or company spending a lot of money on like fucking Crypto.com spent a shit ton of money on these ads and on yesterday's UFC show, as I think you mentioned or Kim mentioned, spent a shit ton of money to get awareness. Okay, a lot of fucking money, millions, tens of millions. I don't know how much it was. Now here's an audience of we had 30 something thousand tens of thousands, whether 10, 20, 30 of people involved in the space. Press, a lot of press are sitting here, a lot more were sitting yesterday when Elon came in. Regulators, we got the ex-chief of staff, what was it? Ex-chief, who's coming in tomorrow, Chet? Ex-chief of staff?
So yes, tomorrow we have the ex-chief of staff and also
the guy
the
that, I can't hear you, Chet. I don't know if anyone else can hear you.
Yes.
But we had the ex-chief of staff, whatever the position is, that's coming in tomorrow. And I'm inviting them for free to come speak. A time where they need to lead, a time where we're asking for answers, suddenly they're not able to speak. So yeah, I agree with you, and I think the leaders will step up in times like this, and I hope more exchanges come up, like Bitstamp, who's requesting to speak, and I'm trying to bring them up. And like,
hey Mario, we've had some people with their hands up for a while, like Gordon and Satoshi. Should we let them hop in?
Yeah, of course, bro. Monty, thanks a lot, man. Go ahead, Gordon. Go ahead, Satoshi.
Yeah, Gordon, you wanna? I've seen your hand up patiently.
Hey guys, thanks for bringing me in. I really appreciate it. Conversation's interesting. I haven't been on the whole time, but I just wanted to ask those who are involved specifically in the crypto industry, maybe some of those involved with the companies, their views on the bear case. And I just wanted to quickly state the bear case. I think there's basically 4 key points, and I haven't really heard anybody address these. So one is that that just overall crypto, the technology doesn't solve a real problem. And the thought there is that, crypto coins are basically simply for speculative gambling purposes. And effectively what they do is introduce, artificial volatility into markets that is untethered to economic activity, thus creating, enormous opportunity costs where, investment opportunity is, basically being lost. Another point is that cryptocurrencies aren't really currencies. And the thought there is that given that you can commingle these currencies and create counterfeit currency, that that dilutes trust in the currencies. Third point is that the history of private money is one that basically is just littered with disasters that destroy public trust. And I think there the key point is the wildcat banks and the fact that if you study those historically, they weren't backed by real reserves, and I think you're seeing that with FTX. And then the last point is that all of cryptocurrencies are unregistered securities. The issue there being clearly what we're seeing today and retail guys losing out. So just wanted to get anybody's thoughts on those 4 key points and why that doesn't suggest more pain and potentially significant pain is on the way. Thank you.
Are you a Fed?
Okay, go ahead, guys. Whoever would like to take this one. Jesse, go ahead.
I can take it. I mean, there's like a lot of FUD there. And I took some notes on your points. So, I'll just start at the top. Cryptos for speculative gambling purposes. I think that's a very, maybe a very developed world view or very like American view to have. You've got access to a lot of financial services here. When you turn 18, you get 20 credit cards in the mail that you didn't ask for. We actually had a conversation with someone in the U.S. Treasury Department who said, why would anyone use Bitcoin? My credit card works just fine. And I think that shows a fundamental lack of understanding of the 2 billion people that are out there in the world that don't have access to financial services that crypto is a lifeline for. And so, yes, there's speculation in the market. Speculators actually do add liquidity for the people that need real on and off ramps. So they have a purpose in the market, just like they do in the legacy markets. Point number 2, crypto not really being currencies, and you can commingle and create counterfeit currencies. I don't know that it matters. I mean, there's some fundamental differences. Obviously, Bitcoin operates maybe more like a commodity or a commodity-backed currency. I don't know that matters. I mean, what matters to people is that they can transfer and store value in a secure way and in a way that isn't gate-kept or doesn't have the same kind of middleman risk that the legacy financial system has. So for many people, it's a lifeline and a rail of last resort. And I think they don't really care technically what category it falls into, as long as it's useful for what they need to do. And many in the world are suffering from hyperinflation, and they're willing to take the risk on something like a Bitcoin in the face of their own currency, which is losing 50% of its value every 2 weeks. Point number 3, history of private money being littered with disasters. Sure, I think that's a reason why you should be careful about these tokens that are issued by these businesses. That are like the FTT token, for example. Is it effectively just a proxy for their shares, or is it a rewards token, or what is it? But Bitcoin is really public money like we've never had before. Public money that actually belongs to the people. The U.S. dollar is private money owned by the Federal Reserve, managed by the United States government, exported all over the world. So Bitcoin is really, maybe besides gold and other commodities, like maybe the real first public money that we actually have. And so it's fully transparent. We can trust it. It's not gate kept by a government. So it's the people's money, So I think that, inherently it just comes with much more trust than we should have in any kind of fiat currency. And at point number 4, all cryptocurrencies are unregistered securities. Absolutely disagree. And even the SEC disagrees with this. And, Bitcoin obviously is not an unregistered security. Even if you could make the argument that many other coins are unregistered securities, what does it matter? Why do we have these archaic rules about who can trade securities in this country? Why do you have to be a millionaire in order to buy startup stock? Why isn't there a test to qualify yourself to be competent to do that? You can be teaching economics at a university and not be qualified to invest your own money. So I think we got to solve that problem rather than focusing on like these designations and labels about what these things are, why don't we focus on the rules about how these things are traded and why people are not allowed to access these things, and why do we have these restrictions on what people are allowed to do with their own money in the first place?
Jesse,
I want to jump in
if I
just
follow.
quickly. Sorry, if you don't mind, I can jump in quickly.
Sure,
I've just got two things to mention. Let me just verify one of them. All right, so one of them is concerning on a personal level, very weird. And the second one is information that I got that's more important for the audience. Let me see. All right, so we have chat. I know it's one report. Can I mention that report, chat, and just say clearly it's one report? We haven't validated it, and we haven't gotten more reports. Is that okay, chat? What do you think? I can't hear chat. Fuck.
In this case, I would lean away
Alex,
from
tell me
it.
what chat says because I can't hear him. Spaces.
Chat said lean away from it.
Okay, so if anyone has any reports about any exchanges, we're getting some reports. I got one from a very credible source. If anyone has any reports about exchanges slowing or rolling back withdrawals or ceasing withdrawals, any indication, please DM me in Twitter. I don't know how people are getting my personal number and sending me the reports, which is okay, but please DM me on Twitter because my team checks those. And then when we get a few reports about about something, then we can mention on the spaces because we got too many people to mention anything we cannot confirm. But please send through more reports because it is concerning the report I just got now. And the second thing I want to say is very weird. It happened a while ago, and I didn't mention it because I forgot about it, and now I remembered it and validated it. I got a SIM card. I don't know if anyone could DM me and help me out with this. I got a SIM card in Dubai. Brand new, nobody has it. Nobody. I brought this for security purposes. It's my own personal one. I haven't even shared it with anyone yet. I use it just for the internet. And again, I've only had it for a week. For some reason, I got a DM on it. I don't know how the fuck they got it. Luckily, it's not one of those DMs saying, threatening me in any way for sharing information. But this one's just saying great spaces. So thank you so much for the message. Just whoever messaged me, actually, I'm going to message them back. How the fuck did they get the number? That's very, very weird. That's the only number I've never shared with anybody at all. Third thing is Bobby's on stage. So if you don't mind, guys, I want to just give Bobby the opportunity to also speak as an exchange once we finish this point. And Bobby, I'll let you introduce yourself once the panelists conclude the point that was being discussed. Alex, I wasn't listening. I was just dealing with the reports I'm getting. So I'll let you finish the discussion, Alex, and pivot it to Bobby.
Alex, I just wanted to quickly follow on Jesse's point because I think it's very pertinent. So Jesse made the comment that you could be an economics professor, and not qualify to trade these securities. And I just wanted to add to that. You can have little to no experience in anything with a little money. You can go to Vegas and get a line of credit against your house and bet it all on black. So there are some very fundamentally strange things in the world.
So I just need to break in here. Sorry to do that to you, James. So, or rather, Jack. Sorry.
Did he drop out? Or was it me?
Yeah. So I've got.
So Chad's speaking now, Mario.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, chat. I can't. Is he giving breaking news? Is he giving breaking news?
So.
I guess.
I think so.
Shit, I can't hear the fucking breaking news. Great. Go ahead, chat.
Okay. So the breaking news right now that I have coming in from the team that's looking at the on-chain analytics. This includes the mad scientist Fuselier and of course Alex Fuentes and some others here. So what we're looking at here is that Circle seems to have minted a ton that's ended up on Alameda. They're trying to find out exactly why, but one of the things that they found is that over $895 million were transferred from Circle to Alameda and then to FTX since the 29th of October, which is really, really recent. And they had, as of recently, as last week, Circle sent $38 million to Alameda, and that was minted, not transferred. So just a couple things there. They're looking into a little bit more on that data, but just keeping you all updated on what we're seeing here on some of the on-chain analytics in the background.
Thanks, Chad.
Sorry, before you continue, yeah, Alex, I just want to know, what did I miss? Alex, was it major breaking news or what exactly? If you can be very brief, Alex, because everyone heard it except me.
Yeah, just basically giving an update on the inflows and outflows from Circle USDC to FTX.
Okay, thanks, man. Chet, just send me the news so I know. And Jack, I just want to update the audience very quickly as well. This is so fucking weird. Like I've moved locations as I continue these spaces after some messages I got yesterday. So I'm in a new location that I haven't shared. There's only this one random fucking person who's in the audience when I mentioned him. He's replied. So after I said how he got my number, he's like, I got Tom Brady's number too. So I'm trying to understand how the fuck he got my number. But please don't share it with anyone, man. That's the only private number I have. So I know
now
you're
we do
in the
have
audience
the
right now. But
CEO.
Jack, I'll let you finish your point. Chat, I'm going to bring you down and bring you back up so I can hear you again, okay? Go ahead,
No,
Jack.
I was just going to say we have the CEO of Bitstamp USA here. So, Alex, if you'd like to, let Mario know that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
Mario,
so
that's saying that they've got the CEO of Bitstamp here that chat's trying to bring up.
Yeah, he's already on. He's on stage. Bobby's on stage. No, Bobby, you there? No, I can see you.
Oh, I see him now at the bottom. Yeah. Hey, Bobby.
Yeah, I'm here, guys. Thanks.
Hey, Bobby. Hey, and all I was going to end with here, and then I'll shut up, and I'll even move down to a listener. But Jesse, one of the points, he covered all 4 points brilliantly. And the last thing I was going to add to that is these are the same 4 points that seem to come up every bust cycle. Crypto's just or Bitcoin rather shows these boom and bust cycles, and every time things start going down, the same 4 points come out. It's like the space I was on with Peter Schiff, and he's talking about how gold beats Bitcoin because Bitcoin's tulip bubbles. It's kind of the same stuff. But anyway,
and this is, and I want to add on to this. Like this is that we will find. By the way, Jesse, I see you no longer on stage, but Jesse, trying to say, like, I completely respect. I think it was Jesse or Gordon. I think it was your criticism on crypto. I love criticism of anything, even though I disagree with everything. But I'm glad you brought it up, and maybe we'll bring you up on stage a bit later to debate your points. But we will see a lot of people that will. Not intentionally, they're going to share their thoughts, their genuine thoughts, but there will be more loud now, as we saw in every bear market, but I think it'll be louder than ever almost now, considering how serious the situation is, that will be criticizing crypto. I think for anyone listening, let's not go on, we were on one extreme a few months ago that crypto's untouchable, but don't go on the complete other extreme that, crypto's whatever. But I'll go to Bobby now. Bobby, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you, Mario, and hey, everybody. Yeah, pleased to be in the conversation on behalf of Bitstamp. I'm the CEO for the Americas and the Global Chief Commercial Officer, and it's awesome to see so many people on this space and thinking about the issues and working on it. It's very clear we got a lot of work to do as an industry. I won't bother to retread the emotional curve that the Bitstamp team has been on. It's, I'm sure, very similar to every one of yours. But suffice it to say, we're extremely disappointed and frustrated about where we find ourselves as an industry. And it's just there's no way around it. It's a major setback in terms of trust at a crucial time. So again, thank you all for spending your time on it. Hopefully we can find a good path forward. From a Bitstamp perspective, I think many of you maybe know us. We're the longest running crypto exchange. We got an 11-year track record. And we like to say we invented the proactive regulatory approach in crypto. We were at least I'm told, the first exchange to ever have a license specific to the crypto marketplace, which was back in 2017. And since then, from our founders onto our current executive team, we've all just indexed on regulation and kind of compliance forward posture, along with safety and security of customers and their assets. And we did that not because we love working with regulators. We just view it as a necessary condition to get to the next level as an industry. It's a necessary condition to broad adoption, and rather than fight it or drag feet or what have you, we just several years ago decided to embrace it and work with it and hopefully try to shape it. And to that end, we've got in the U.S. we've got a bid license, we've got MTLs in 42 states. We're a money services business, and we've got licenses around the globe, and very active and aggressive licensing roadmap as well. We I think as an executive team always believed, obviously, that the regulated centralized exchange model would prevail. Doesn't mean there's not also really important spaces and space for DeFi and other really innovative and exciting areas of the ecosystem.
But in terms of, the basic buying and selling and trading, we just think the centralized exchange model is the safest and the easiest to trust. However, we didn't think we would, end up front and center because of this turn of events, and that's where it really gets dicey. I think I think with FTX, of course, it's easy now to say, yeah, there were a lot of red flags, and what were we all thinking? But I will say, from the very beginning, I personally was shocked that they were owned by or co-owned by or strongly affiliated with a trading company. That's just, from an exchange perspective, that's just a no-no. And then secondly, how fast they grew also raised a lot of eyebrows with us at Bitstamp, and me personally just didn't square with my experience. And then thirdly, as many of you mentioned, I personally think I want to start an index that's like tech company Super Bowl ads. Any tech company that does that in the first 2 or 3 years of existence, should be a giant red flag, and probably correlates well to flameouts.
I want to ask you a question, if you mind, Gordon. Gordon, Bobby. You mentioned a point that everyone could easily say, like, we saw XYZ red flags with FTX. Were they? So my question is, a few questions. Why didn't anyone speak up when those red flags came up? That's question number one. And question number two is, I want to ask you about what's happening at Bitstamp now, because there's a run on pretty much all exchanges, the good and the bad. In the long term, obviously, the bad will not be here and the good will survive. So number one, why didn't anyone speak up on FTX? And number two, how are you guys dealing with the amount of FUD out there?
I think good question on why more people didn't speak up. From an exchange perspective, I agree with what Jesse said earlier. It's kind of tough to pick your head up and start taking shots at a competitor, particularly when you're not inside that company. You don't know for certain what the situation is. It just raises eyebrows or raises questions. However, should there be others in the ecosystem, including analysts and data companies and blockchain analysis companies, and maybe even regulators someday that ask these questions, raise these questions? Yeah, I think more needs to be done, and more maybe should have been done in hindsight. But it is tough as an exchange to just step up and say, hey, what's going on over there? It sure seems weird. The second question was how we...
quickly, before the second question about dealing with the FUD, Chet, the report that I sent earlier and you told me not to share till we get more reports? The gentleman is getting more reports. And for team members, please check my DMs on any reports relating to an exchange I'll put in our private group about their withdrawals. I need them ASAP, because then we can announce it in the space, because we're looking for at least another few reports. So Bobby, while we're waiting for those reports before announcing it, if you can answer the second question about the FUD that you're dealing with right now in Bitstamp, must be a pretty stressful time.
Yeah, no doubt. As we look at our exchange, our net deposit withdrawals on the retail side is net positive, meaning slightly more deposits than withdrawals at this moment on Bitstamp.
Hey, congratulations! That's actually a really good indicator. We saw the same on Binance a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I think it is. I think that until quite recently, Bitstamp was viewed as a very boring, conservative exchange. And
same for Kraken. Jesse, I promise you, a lot of people were talking negatively about you guys as well. Like, these guys are boring and they don't do much, and they're too strict. And then look at you now, both of you are the stars.
Well, I think it's still early innings to see how this all plays out. But yeah, we would like to think that our reputation and kind of our DNA is playing out and helping us here, and therefore helping us help the ecosystem a bit. But I would say from our executive team's perspective, we kind of always believed this was the end point. We just didn't think it would unfold quite this way. But just to finish the question, so from a Bitstamp perspective, we have a very, very active licensing regime. Obviously, all of our customer funds are completely segregated. We also use a third-party custodian. We do think there's potential conflicts with exchange custody. So we custody with BitGo. They're regulated, licensed, qualified. We of course don't ever lend or repurpose funds. Important that everybody knows that. We also, we go the extra mile in terms of we've been audited by Ernst & Young since 2016 annually, globally, from a financial perspective, and we've got ISO designations around our security and operations. Where we are trying to really kind of set an example and hopefully differentiate ourselves a little bit as kind of going all the way on these topics.
Go ahead, Satoshi.
Hey guys, good morning, and thanks Mario for having me on again. I love the topic around exchanges regulation. A couple of points about them, and the conversation, I mean, the last couple of days has been great. But with exchanges, I mean, if I'm going to trust or entrust an exchange that's going to be a custodial or custodian for my money, for example, whether it be personal or professional, I'd expect a certain level of trust, but also transparency. And something that I've noticed, especially, with Kraken, I hadn't registered on Kraken, until this year. And then I threw not much in, and I just started checking them out and seeing how it was and how they're taking a stand. It baffles me. They've been one of the first that have, I guess, been doing their proof of reserves and whatnot. And I've seen all these other emails I'm getting from other exchanges, because we do algorithmic testing and liquid market testing and stuff like that with our fund. So over the last couple of years, I've just been sort of quietly looking into, are these exchanges actually liquid? Are their order books what they say they are? Is their volume true? And, mathematics doesn't lie, but, people do. And then this is something that I feel, if we're going to move forward or progress as a space, we definitely need something like crypto insurance. I don't understand why that's not booming as a product or a service in the industry with these centralized exchanges. I mean, that could help serve as a benefit for exchanges to help grow user bases. But not only that, what Jesse said before about them being marketing vehicles. I mean, and the sort of hierarchy now that's in the industry. I mean, blockchain's a public ledger where it connects everybody. Why is there a hierarchy there? And I have more questions than answers, but what I do think is that for us to move forward as an industry is we take what practices traditionally work in the economical world, and then we apply them with new technology and see what we can make. But a big shout out to Kraken. I do love you guys, and I think I'm going to definitely move forward.
I can confirm as of right now that there are multiple reports of people that are experiencing delays. Now keep in mind here, this could be due to the amount of people trying to pull. This could be to other network congestion issues. Keep that in mind. But there are delays being experienced in trying to withdraw from Crypto.com, either through the two-factor authentication. It looks like due to the two-factor authentication taking longer than expected. Some people are reporting at least 3 hours. Some people are reporting up to 24 hours. But we are seeing those reports, and Crypto.com themselves and some other ones are kind of looking at this. So it does look like we do see some at least slowdowns across that, at least being reported right now, and that could just be.
And we're trying, as you can see, with Chet and myself, we're just trying to be very careful with any report we do, because obviously it seems that anything we're saying here is just too many ears on this. So what Chet is saying is there's delays in withdrawals, so they might end up going through, or they might lead to worse. We don't know. but we've just got multiple reports, and we waited a while to get enough reports before saying this. So take it with a grain of salt. And we've been worried about Crypto.com for a while, and I've voiced that worry, and we had some other big names come on and voice that worry. So again, I'm not implying anything. We're just stating a fact.
And if anyone can confirm or deny on their own, just trying to make any movements, and if they see anything, please let us know. It'll help educate the entire audience. These are just from other reports that our team is checking and seeing right now, and multiple of them.
Yeah, so there's someone here says 5 hours that I trust. I know the person. So yeah, it's 5 hours is a pretty long time. And as well, someone else said, Chet, that they're asking for more steps in the verification process to withdraw. Is that true? Did you see that? Remember that screenshot I sent?
Not necessarily more steps. The two-factor authentication has been a process inside of Crypto.com for a while, but it does look like it's taking them too long to send out the codes, potentially. Once again, that could be due to server congestion. Don't want to spread FUD in that way, but we do want to spread awareness here and caution.
Oh shit, there's another exchange, bro. Fuck me. There's another. Check the group. We need to validate this. There's another exchange that we're getting reports on. Can you please check the group? And I'll leave you
checking out.
Yeah, please get the validate it, etc. before we mention anything.
Oh yeah, so that is the Hong Kong exchange. So
the last one, bro, not the Hong Kong one. The last one, okay. I'll ping it. Let me reply to that message now. This is the one that I know. This exchange, I know them personally, so I hope it's not true. But yeah, in the meantime, I'll go to Fidgetal. I don't see your hand up, but I think you had your hand up earlier, man. So I'm not sure if you still want to jump in.
Yeah, it was sorry, 1 second. It was the context of regulation and volatility. One of the most positive exchanges that I'm seeing right now is Coinbase, where you actually have regulation, you have public stock, and you have accountability for registration and filings. I think this is where we're going.
Yeah.
Wait, to help quell too, just like to give a balanced viewpoint, Mario, could we, Jesse, I know you talked earlier about reasons that there might be delays. You mentioned that sometimes companies will take 24 hours to move out of cold storage. In the case of Crypto.com, what is your read? If it's like, and the second piece, if you could speak to, should they be communicating that, and like to what degree are exchanges expected to like talk about those delays?
Yeah, I mean, you probably don't want to like over communicate on your security ops. You don't want to say, okay, guys, we're assembling the team now, and we're going to be exposing our private keys in 10 minutes. Just in case you have people kind of waiting to attack you. That kind of information about your process could be useful to attackers in the future. So you probably don't want to say too much. I don't think a few hours of delays, if they do have to dip into the cold storage, is unreasonable. We should probably just look on chain at their wallets and see, if it looks like the wallets that they normally use as hot wallets are fully depleted, then it would make sense that they're having to go access their cold storage. And, if they've got to get into various safety deposit boxes at banks, or, they've got to travel, or, it's the weekend, people might not be in front of their computers to go and do the multi-sig transaction right now. So maybe you have to wait for people to kind of come back if they're on pager duty. So it's reasonable to me if they kind of need to go into some kind of like deeper storage that it could take a few hours to assemble people, even maybe longer than that, especially on a weekend, if they might not have access to their normal like vaults where they're keeping the keys and stuff.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Just for context, I've been building custodial systems for quite a bit of time, Anchorage, Facebook, and others. And it is, totally normal for cold wallet transactions and just operations to take quite a bit of time. The delay is actually a feature of the system. It just gives enough time essentially for anyone who may find any form of suspicious activity to report it and abort essentially the entire process. So that might just be part of the actual set of procedures. Even if you use an external custodian for your movements, the SLAs are going to be up to 24 hours, 48 hours, and so on. Like it can happen that taking funds might just take more time.
Just something to note too, I was just looking at the charts here for the CRO token for Crypto.com. It's currently down 25% today, way underperforming the rest of the market.
Oh, of course, yeah, that's not surprising. Mr. Adesina, go ahead, bro. Olimunde.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much. I have questions for the exchange founders. Very interesting conversation. But I think we need to also look critically at some of their deficiencies. First of all, I have a question for Jesse. You guys have been in the game for a while, but it seems that your market exposure is limited. You're not in Africa, for example, and other markets, and it keeps the option for many users limited, and that really pushes them to oftentimes questionable exchanges that you guys are talking about. Then secondly, in the ecosystem, all right, let me start bringing speakers up. So I don't know what was been validated in terms of the reports of the exchanges. I want to see that as well. So by the way, there's a lot of requests to speak that I can't see. Let me try to bring in the co-hosts first so they can help me bring in other people. Real chat. And chat, I know you can hear me. Oh, you have your hand up. Let me bring you up. Chat, I know you can hear me while you have your hand up. I want you to focus on validating the reports that we're getting. I've just brought you up. Alex, I brought you up. So for everyone else that has their hand up, we'll bring you up in a bit. It's like a refresher for the show. But I want you to validate the reports we're getting as we were speaking earlier.
So Mario, I could hear you when you said that I could hear you when you had the hand up, but as you co-hosted me, I lost the ability to
That's
hear.
what I was just saying. Yeah, man, we need to need you to look into the fucking reports we got about the other exchange, the one I just tagged you in the group. I want you to look into that.
Yes, we're having multiple
tell,
people check this right now.
Tell the team to also tell us of any
concerns.
We do have some news that just dropped, which is which exchange is this?
Hold on. 2 seconds, bro. Before you continue, this I didn't press recording. Let me see if I press recording. All right, everyone. I'm just gonna end this space and start a new one. I need to press record. So everyone, I'm just gonna end the space again and press record, and then join us again. Yeah, we can't record unless we save it. No, a lot of press listen to the space, man. So I'd rather. There is recording. There is or there isn't. There is or not? There is.
I'm not seeing recording, unfortunately, from my end.
Yeah, I don't see. I not that I
Okay,
ever
yeah, I'm
noticed
gonna
it
end it.
before
Yeah, I'm
either,
gonna
though.
end it and start it again, everyone. So I'll end it and I'll start it again to put recording.
It was nice talking to you all again.
Yeah,
It was
so
nice.
so join that one. Check, look at the reports, because if you can validate them, that'll be the next thing from. So someone else withdrew from Crypto.com with no problems. So it seems there's delays. So just to kind of clarify.
It's delays. It does appear to be delays.
Yeah, let me
Yes.
and I know you have breaking news, so let me do the space again. Everyone, I'll do the space again immediately. All right, so this is fucked up. There's already fucking Twitter Spaces. So can you hear me, Romy? Can you DM me if you can hear me?
Me and the wife are watching TV, but the Spaces is back up now.
Yes, yeah, I can't see anything. It's completely glitched for me. So let me try to go in from my other phone. Imagine we're getting like mass reported for this shit and then Space starts glitching. Let me reconnect from the other phone. Let's see if that works. Please work. The other phone worked. All right, let me go on the other phone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? All right, let me bring up the
Panelists.
other panelists.
Where's chat? Where's chat? Where's Alex? You there? Invite Alex.
Alex.
And invite. Alex, you there?
Alex, you there?
I'll bring up. Alex, I've invited you, Fidgetal as well. This is so weird. What's going on here? I've invited a few of you to speak. Let me see if I can get anyone up. Jesus fucking Christ. You guys are joining the space too quickly. There's immediately 5,000 people jumped in. That's fucking insane. It's too quick. What happened before yesterday when Elon was on the show, it glitched while Elon was speaking. So that's, oh, there you go. It's working on both phones now. Let me see with the other one. I'm going to bring in someone random.
Hi, Marco. I can hear you for sure.
All right, bro. I might make you admin if I can't do it. But let me try to bring in somebody else. It's just crazy. Like imagine, like just about when Chet was about to announce something, space crashes on us. It's very convenient. So trying to figure out who the fuck DM'd me as well on my number that I've never given anyone. That's another problem I have to deal with. Chet, I've sent you an invite. Alex, I've sent you an invite.
Yep, up here now I can hear you, and the recording's on. So.
Oh yeah, the exchanges are
Yeah, I'm gonna
shitting in their
co-host
pants,
you,
man.
so you can actually start running the show. I don't know if are you co-host yet?
Accepting right now.
All right, I'm back up here as a speaker. Yeah, tell me the co-host again.
All right, cool guys. All right. Let's start a conspiracy theory just for the fun of it. We never did one. We're being attacked intentionally because we're sharing information that's going to be some breaking information. So there's a conspiracy theory verified by Elon Musk himself and the president. Imagine people start.
He's actually going off on that right now. If you look at Elon's tweets from 20 minutes ago, he's been like tweeting like, you know, that image where it like connects SBF to like Gary Gensler and all that, like that image. He just shared like 4 of those tweets in a row.
Yeah, I was. It's one of the things I was actually about to touch on there, funnily enough. So the actually, I'll let more people come in here before I kind of break the other piece that came through.
Did you validate the news before you break it through? Did you validate it?
I would like to get on there and speak, but it would be on my other account.
Different than the other one you're asking about, but we have news on another exchange that has halted withdrawals. This is BitCoke out of Hong Kong. And this is on the back of the news that AAX out of Hong Kong also had to halt withdrawals this morning. They had to halt withdrawals due to malicious attacks happening after the FTX fallout onto their system. It looks like attacks towards the API, and whereas a BitCoke looks like they will essentially be completely suspending withdrawals. And are out of
liquidity. How big are those exchanges?
BitCoke, let's see. I mean, BitCoke had BitCoke Ventures. It had a $300 million investment fund inside of it. These are decently sized exchanges. I mean, these aren't like massive exchanges up in the top 10 or top 20, but these are exchanges that are basically we're starting to see the fallout from exchanges across the world.
That's when you say dominoes. When you say dominoes are falling, it usually starts with a small domino and then gets bigger and bigger. So yeah, I hope we don't see too many dominoes fall.
Can we, Mario? Is it possible to get Jesse or someone back up too? I think it was very helpful to have him on the other side of it, just because some of the context he was adding in terms of expected delays and things of that nature. I think it's a really helpful other side to it.
Yeah, of course. I will start bringing up the speakers again. I'm just seeing through the requests now. I can't see requests, Chet and Alex, so you could go through the requests, bring up a few speakers yourselves, and then moving forward.
I'll do that right now.
And then moving forward, Alex, any requests we get, just send them through. I'll add you to a group or just DM them to me, just so the team can go through the requests, because we just get too many. Just a heads up. But so we
Mario,
have two. Go ahead, bro.
Just on that, Jesse really impressed me, with the saying that, get your coins, your tokens off my exchange. He thinks that, fundamentally you should be holding them yourself, and only using something like Kraken to buy and sell and trade, and potentially some other financial products, which for me is really impressive. I kind of agree with that. One thing I wanted to say is that I don't necessarily agree with this whole snapshot proof of reserves approach. The data's on chain, it's live on chain. Why do they need to do snapshots? Why can they not provide a June or a Nansen dashboard live that gives the live data? It's all on chain, so I don't see why it needs to take weeks and weeks and months to get done. They can just plug their wallet addresses in a June dashboard and give everyone access to it. Obviously, they would probably need it from an audited perspective, just to make sure that they actually own those wallets. But for me, it's I just don't see how that can take that long. And kind of my perspective now going forward is if an asset, if an exchange is not, giving that sort of transparency, we shouldn't be using them.
And another thing that was really interesting when CZ was in the space earlier, the person that invited him, someone I've known for a while, Gabriel, very well respected ambassador to Barbados as of a couple of years ago, I think.
and he was with CZ and with the founder or CEO or founder of Paxos, co-founder, I think, I forgot the name, Dan. What was the name of the Paxos gentleman, chat? Do you remember?
I actually, unfortunately, I don't remember.
So many people. But anyway, so they were together.
It was Rich,
and
wasn't
Rich,
it?
yeah, Rich, yeah, Rich from Paxos. And the fascinating thing is that, and something I respect tremendously from Jesse, because of the reason you gave, but Gabriel said, he was next to CZ, and he goes, guys, exchanges and not banks. Now, Wahid will kill me for this. I know Wahid is in the audience or on the panel, but exchanges are not banks, and we don't know which dominoes are going to fall. Withdraw your money from exchanges. And again, CZ's next to him. He didn't say except Binance. Binance, everywhere. Withdraw your money from exchanges. Hold it in a cold wallet. And exchanges that are backing your funds one-to-one should not worry. They shouldn't care. So everything we talked about with Crypto.com, if the funds of the users are held one-to-one, they should be fine, no matter what we say, and same for every other exchange. So I respect Gabriel for saying that. I respect Jesse for saying what he did say. And every exchange that is worried from what's going on right now, then you should be worried because you fucked around with the clients, with the users' funds. So that's my 2 cents there, and I do want to applaud every single exchange that did come on stage, and I think there's more pending that are speaking with the team. I'll go to Umbrella again. Umbrella, can you give the audience just a quick refresher before the breaking news start to come in again? Because many people didn't stay with us for the last 10, 11 hours. I don't know how many hours we've been speaking. Can you give a quick primer on just keep it short for like 2-3 minutes. What happened yesterday since the scam with the funds that were scammed out of FTX? What's the latest with those funds? We know that, and we broke the news live on stage that Sam himself is arrested or under supervision, whatever you want to call it, along with the 2 other executives. The father is with him in Barbados, I think. No, Bahamas. And well, the lady, the girl that they were putting into the story, I think she was CEO, CTO, C something.
Caroline,
the girl with the glasses. Yeah, she's apparently in Dubai. I'm in Dubai, but I have better things than to chase her. So Caroline is in Dubai, so she managed to escape. But I want to get an update, if you don't mind, Umbrella, because you did one earlier, on the funds that were part of the hack that we think is an insider job.
Yeah, so basically, when we came up immediately on the spaces once we started seeing it, effectively what happened is they started moving funds from FTX's wallets, which I've tagged on the app I helped build. We started to see not just normal withdrawals, because we were monitoring it for normal withdrawals to see if FTX would enable withdrawals or disable withdrawals, and we saw the odd withdrawals coming through. But then we saw that they were withdrawing full token balances, which obviously is strange. So that's when we broke it. What is happening? Then obviously further down the line, we saw actually what is this wallet doing now with these tokens? And to give it I'm not going to go into detail, but to give a breakdown in terms of it, based on the on-chain analytics we've done, is that this is not a sophisticated hacker to me. Not someone who understands really how DeFi works. This is someone who's, probably, it seems like, uses DeFi maybe once a month or once every 2 months and understands a couple protocols. So it's definitely not a sophisticated hacker if you compare it to the previous hacks that have happened and how precise they are in maximizing funds. I've probably estimated this hacker at least lost $100 to $200 million with his actions.
Out of 200, out of how much? How much was hacked?
I think he took about 600.
And he lost 200.
So something to break in here.
There we fucking go.
I
told you it's gonna happen.
Doing this. So we were talking about yesterday about seeing the massive amounts of transactions moving over to exchanges. Well, $600 million of ETH has moved into Coinbase deposits as of about, at least it was reported about 46 minutes or so ago by State Layer, at State Layer on Twitter. He posted a screen cap of the transaction that happened. So that could be another sign of some more Ethereum about to hit the public markets.
So say that again, please. Can you repeat it again?
$600 million of ETH has been moved into Coinbase deposits.
Oh, okay.
And that was one transaction. No matter
That's unrelated to the hack. That's just separately money flowing into Coinbase, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So which shows significant selling pressure on the markets, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Exactly.
All right. So I'll let Cam take the stage. I've just swapped phones, so this phone is working. And I'm gonna send you through more reports I'm getting Chet to validate. Just fucking mental. But Cam, go ahead, bro.
Hey, thanks, Mario. I have worked in the House of Representatives for about 2.5 years now, and just kind of from I can only speak in my personal capacity, but just a couple observations, whether totally coincidental or not, is that FTX really did rise after the 2020 election, and Sam Bankman-Fried, behind George Soros, is the number one donor to the Democratic Party, and coincidentally on election night is when everything went down with the collapse of FTX. So there's going to be a lot of pressure to hold oversight hearings on FTX. If the House does flip, I'm sure some other exchanges are going to be pulled into that. So that's kind of number one. And then number two, insider trading has been a big controversy in Congress and among the House and senior staff. Due to the disclosures I've been seeing, Republican members of Congress have disclosed holding more cryptocurrency, whereas the Democrats in Congress have disclosed holding more companies that invest in cryptocurrency. So it's going to be something that's not going away. It is going to turn a bit partisan just based on the Sam Bankman-Fried's connections to the Democratic Party. But, like everybody's saying, I mean, if the ones that are honest with their business, that have one-to-one backing, they should have nothing to hide. And, we hope that, personally, I hope that the exchanges, the centralized exchanges, will work with us on proper regulation. And, anybody who wants to chat, feel free to reach out. But something that I would very adamantly oppose is, in any way regulating DeFi. But especially with this, there's going to be some pressure there. I hope this helped at all.
So you expect it to get really ugly for crypto in the next few months in terms of regulatory crackdown, yes?
Yeah, I would think it's going to get ugly because just the nuance gets lost on the Hill so much of the time. And really the bad actors here were the exchanges with FTX. And I think that nuance, though, is going to get lost, and a lot of people might not see the dividing line.
This is my concern, and this is my I'm speaking to people, and I've been asked for a few interviews since the space, and I get questions for the interviews. Is like the questions show that the retail market still doesn't understand even the difference between centralized and DeFi. So they're like, hey, after FTX collapsed, what do you expect to happen to other DeFi platforms? No fucking joke. I get questions like this today. So it just shows how, and that's what concerns me, shows the ignorance of the retail market. And, they haven't spent the time understanding DeFi. You've got people in crypto that still don't understand how to define NFTs. And I'm talking about people that are influencers in the space that have a PFP of an NFT, just like I do, that can't define what NFTs are. So that, for me, the lack of education, along with how nasty this got, concerns me about what's to come.
Yeah, 1,000%. And I hope that, we can work together and come up with a way to, educate members of Congress and staff on those kind of distinctions, because, freedom-loving people that also believe in financial freedom, the last thing we want to see is regulation on DeFi. But I have heard some good ideas here on how we might better regulate the platform so that FTX like events don't happen again.
Yeah, we've had regulators. My team goes through the entire audience to see who's listening, and they've seen a bunch of regulators. Tomorrow we have keep forgetting his fucking position, his name, but a gentleman.
Mike, so Mick Mulvaney we have joining the show tomorrow, who, as I'm sure Cam is quite familiar with who that is, but that is of course the former chief of staff to President Trump, and then also he was on the OMB. The office, the Ombudsman Commission as well, and as well as several other roles that he's played as well. Feel free to look him up on Wikipedia. A couple things I wanted to point out real quick, Mario. Speaking about regulators and looking at this sort of thing, former Prime Minister Boris Johnson out of the United Kingdom is now following Vitalik Buterin. That's an interesting development.
Okay, all right. I thought he's following us. I'm like, man, join the space. Don't just follow.
But on top of that, about Caroline in Dubai, Cointelegraph reported that there is the U.S. and the United Arab Emirates have an agreement on evidence sharing, judicial cooperation, and assistance in criminal investigations and prosecution. So as a result, U.S.-based fugitives attempting to move to Dubai will most likely be detained and sent back to the United States. So if she thought that was a safe zone, of course there was also reports
she's
that other members of them were
trying to get
there.
out of she's trying to get out of the country. From what I've heard, she might even be already on a private jet. By the way, do you know that in terms of Sam getting arrested, does anyone know or check? Do we have any reports about
an official arrest? No, we have no official reports on
there
an
is.
actual
I think
arrest
there is.
I
think there is an official report that he's under supervision, which is arrest.
He's under supervision, and the Bohemian Regulatory Commission, after first of all stating that they, and for all of you as a refresher, if you did not know this news, the Bohemian regulators said that FTX was not permitted to be moving withdrawals to Bohemian citizens as FTX had reported prior. And as soon as they had also stated that news, they later then came out with an update saying that they were now investigating FTX for criminal conduct, which most likely means that they're going to prosecute them for moving those funds when they were not allowed to.
I'm glad to hear. Rob Fidgetal, go ahead, guys.
Extradition rules change when you file a complaint in an unincorporated jurisdiction. So the Bahamas will not be actually prosecuting. They prosecuted so that he can be extradited.
Well, this would be in direct relation, visual to the violations of Bohemian law, not United States law. This is an entirely different situation.
Again, you file a charge against somebody in your own law so that there is a basis for extradition for jurisdiction purposes if there's no mutual corresponding jurisdictional basis otherwise. So watch, I'll give it 14 to 16 hours.
Rob, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Mario, Chet, Alex. No, Fidgel, you had some good context, but also it's just, again, I want to push this narrative that we're focused so heavily on Sam when in reality, I think there's a lot more attention that needs to be placed to their head of compliance being Dan Friedberg. I mean, it's their head of compliance, so it's the person that's supposed to be making sure that they are compliant. And two, I mean, one, I don't understand how he was ever allowed to even work at this institution. How someone with a criminal past can actually be the head of compliance for a financial institution that involves billions of dollars, because there is a history with Dan Friedberg of running an online betting site that stole $2 million direct and allowed in the theft of over $20 million from plaintiffs and other high-stake poker players that played games on Ultimate Bet. And so for this to be such a big aspect of what could have possibly happened, especially because he was also quoted in a taped conversation telling one of his partners that the best strategy for dealing with the explosive scandal was to declare that a former consultant to the company took advantage of a server flaw by hacking into the software client. And if that's not the same thing that we're being told in some contexts, I just think it's absurd.
And I'm getting reports, chat, that I'm sending your way. You know, all these conspiracy theories that me and you try to shut down and try to quickly, respectfully move on from. There is an investigative journalist that wants to come on, a respected one, to share, I quote, actually, I won't quote them till we verify them, but very shady stuff that's a lot deeper than, that includes politics, that includes some big events completely outside of crypto, and that includes obviously FTX. So yeah, the plot thickens massive. And to give you an idea how the plot thickens, guys, before I go to Umbrella, just to remind anyone that doesn't know or wasn't there in yesterday's space. So when all this started, I made a tweet when we had an executive. I've said the story a few times. I'll say it again for anyone that hasn't heard it. When it started, we had an executive from one of the top exchanges come in, not an executive, a person that works there. I'm trying not to mention her identity anymore. Excuse me. And she was sharing a story about how Sam led to the Luna collapse. Alameda, Sam, FTX, not sure who's calling the shots. And, you know, a few insiders were pretty upset. And then Sam strong-armed Jusu, how do you say his name? 3 Arrows Capital, Jusu. Yeah? Zusu. So strong-armed 3 Arrows Capital, and that led to their collapse. And CZ wasn't happy. I should have asked him this question when he was on stage. But CZ wasn't happy with what happened. And 3 Arrows Capital, when we were doubting the story, and 3 Arrows Capital a day later retweeted my tweet, and he's been in the space for hours. I don't know if he's still there now, listening for hours, for like 5-6 hours. He's sitting there listening today. And so they retweeted the story about Sam, you know, playing a key role, Alameda playing a key role in the collapse of 3 Arrows Capital. And then the story continues where CZ kept warning Sam about his conduct, and he knew that some shady stuff is going on. And eventually Sam ignored him, and CZ made the tweet that led to where we, not that led, but that triggered the dominoes, and then FTX collapsed hours later, and you know, the rest is history. So what started as a little conspiracy theory, and it took me a while to validate the story and validate the person before tweeting it, and obviously it turned out to be not as inaccurate as I thought. It seems that a lot of the crazy stories we're getting now, we're more open to sharing them, more open to discussing them, because day after day we're just seeing those fucking crazy stories that we call conspiracy theories, and I hate conspiracy theories, turn out to materialize, which goes back to the question, and we've asked some of the biggest names in the space that same question. And Umbrella, maybe you can take that question and then make your point, is how the fuck did we let it get to that stage? How the hell, and Elon Musk mentioned in the show, the same thing that the Kraken City founders, Jesse, mentioned in this show, the same as the, who else mentioned that? A bunch of people that you all know mentioned the same fucking thing. Sam, you know, their bullshit alarm rang when they dealt with Sam. They've got a lot of questions about their conduct. Yet, we kept going down that path, and Gaurav kind of confirmed what I said, is that it just became a normal way of doing business. And crypto, and a lot of you in the audience don't know what happens behind the scenes. Like, we invest in over 150 projects. Like, exchanges dumping tokens. It's part of business. It's been part of business for months. Yet this shit is illegal. And there's just so much shit that we just, you know, brushed under the rug because everything was blowing up and everything was just fucking sexy and printing money. And here we are. So I just don't know how deep this goes. I don't know how many dominoes will fall. And anyone that has reports, if you want to come up anonymously, or you want to share your report anonymously or come up on stage, do DM me. My team is checking and has been for the last whatever hours, 30, 40 hours non-stop. We've got team members checking the DMs, and we can bring you up on stage. If you can offer evidence, it's preferable. But I'll go.
It's as simple as that. You know, we got greedy people making money off FTX both ways. You know, when I saw it on crypto Twitter, promoting it, still using FTX referrals. You know, big Twitter accounts that even so. It's simple as that. My question goes to Cam. You know, when I've been dealing with regulators, a lot of it is no prudential regulation. So no checks and balances like they do with banks and traditional finance. Are you kind of seeing it the same on your side, that you're seeing it the same? AML, KYC is good, but now more prudential regulation is going to come.
Guys, if you don't see me unmute, you can jump in and answer questions. Sometimes I'm inviting people.
I think Cam left the stage, by the way, Umbrella. So unfortunately, he can't speak to that.
Who was he asking?
I think he was asking Cam, the guy that worked for the U.S. House of Representatives.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's down.
I don't think Cam is on stage, unfortunately. I don't. Do you see him in the audience? I don't see his hand. Oh, here we go.
He's back up here. Let me bring him back up.
Yeah. In the meantime, while we're bringing up Cam, that was quick. Cam, the question for you. Did you hear the question, Cam?
Hey, Cam, can you hear us?
Oh, fucking Twitter Spaces.
Can anyone hear Cam?
No, bro. No one can hear you. All right, Cam, we can't hear you.
Cam, okay. Cam's connected to audio now. Can you hear us now, Cam? Nope.
No. All right, so I'll give the mic to Fidgetal, and then I brought down Cam. You can bring him back up again. Let's go to Fidgetal, Uriel, and Rob. Go ahead, Fidgetal.
So I'm supposed to say, "Hey, Mario, nice talking."
Man, look where we are today, bro. Look where we are today, man. It's fucking insane.
Well, it's actually more interesting considering the other conversations that we've been in other spaces and kind of balancing what is bots, what is botting, what does that mean. So a bunch of interesting conversations we can have at a different time, and that was meant positively. I will say, I think I've heard the most South Africans in this space than I have in any other space. And as a fellow South African, I love to hear the difference between Cape Tonians and Joburgs and all that stuff. I'd have to say that the most intriguing part of this entire last 48, 56 hours has been, was it Wendy? Who was the girl that put up that conspiracy theory to you the other day?
I'm not mentioning her name anymore, so I can't confirm or deny any assumptions. It's in the recorded space if someone wants to listen to ours, but just out of respect, because she faced, I don't know if you were there, but if anyone was there, you would have seen she was receiving a lot of pressure, and pressure is a light word, as she was speaking. And while she was speaking, later on, you could start hearing her voice start to crack, and you start feeling fear in her voice. And that's someone very respected, has been in the space for a long time. Then I start getting DMs of her pleading for certain things, and my team it's just such a sad. It was such a sad thing, and we deleted the tweet, the initial tweet that was seen by like 1 million people in like an hour. We deleted it. That's how.
It's all proving true, and I think one of the most important. And sorry to cut you off. I'll leave
good, man. I love being interrupted. Go ahead, bro.
One of the most intriguing parts of all this, for me at least, I can tell that you're scaling, your team is scaling, you're figuring out how to balance this incredible growth. But the growth is founded around one of the most important things I think that's happening right now is the convergence of fact and fiction. But it's all happening on crypto Twitter, right? CZ, all these founders. First of all, Kraken. Just perfect example. I was with Kraken literally about 4 years ago before they were anything, and they were begging for volume. Nothing personal to anybody. I love Kraken, but they were begging for volume. And here we are 4 or 5 years later, where it's all converging on social media, right? 6 months ago, CZ would never have shown up onto a stage to make a position. What this all tells us is without regulation, this is a confidence game.
Yeah, and I'd also add to that, Digital, I think it's important to recognize that we have been trying to move as close to verifiable information as possible with on-chain analytics. At the end of the day, that is the part of all these conversations that is the most objective. And we're fortunate that within crypto there are, even with centralized exchanges, the best information and early signals we get are from the on-chain activity. So we've been trying to inject that as much as possible because there's no denying that. And we saw that with FTX. One of the first signals was that they were, aggressively selling other holdings to defend the FTT price floor. So, I think if anyone has good on-chain analytics, that is one of the highest value contributions that can be made to this space because it can be verified by everyone.
Yeah, and I made a tweet. I just before you go, I made a tweet for any on-chain analyst to please DM me. We do have a group where we can verify all the claims on-chain because we just couldn't keep up as we got all these reports. Go ahead, Fidgetal.
So I'll end with this, which is actually probably the most important thing that we can take away from this entire conversation is blockchain is facts, but it doesn't mean the facts are facts, right? So we can manipulate the blockchain in the same way that we can manipulate information. Just be very careful to understand that I can manipulate information by putting it on chain in the same way that on chain can elucidate quote unquote facts and information. So as we look at the quote unquote facts that are on chain, understand why facts are being put on chain. I think it's the most important thing we can do at the moment.
Uriel, Cam, I'll let you speak, see if the mic is working now.
Yeah. Thank you. I think I got a question as to like what is kind of on the forecast as far as legislative and whether the ideas will be nuanced. You know, I think something that would be a prudent thing to talk about would be customer segregation of funds on crypto exchanges.
And just to Cam, just to explain it for the audience, customer segregation of funds. Can you, in 1 or 2 sentences, what does that mean, and why is that important after what happened with FTX? Just for the people that are not technical.
Yeah, that's a great question. So essentially, meaning that just like a bank has to keep customer funds separate from any lending or investing accounts, a centralized exchange would have to do the same. And that basically just means that you can't turn customers' funds into a slush fund that you can gamble with like SBF was doing, right? That's number one. And number two, I think there's a lot of uncertainty right now in the regulatory environment. The thing that regulators are going to be able to go after SBF on the most is just the fact that he violated his own terms of service that was on FTX's terms of service. And otherwise, there's really no laws on the books, you know, that you can go after him if he hadn't done that. So that's really going to be is possibly stiffer penalties for things like that.
I don't think I don't know if you know the shit that he's done, Cam, if you've been keeping up, because it's fucking insane. I don't know if Chet or Alex, because there's been so much shit that we found out over the last couple of days. Jonah or Umbrella, in like 1 minute, summarize for Cam the amount of fucking things that were illegal that were done.
Yeah, I can quick. So basically, obviously, FTX, basically CZ, the head of Binance, said he wasn't happy with how FTX is run. There has been a long-standing feud with CZ and SBF, who obviously the FTX CEO, and they voiced it on Twitter for the last year. You can see it to and fro. Then CZ said, I'm not happy with what's going on. He said, I'm selling your token, which I got as part of a buyout. SBF put out a tweet saying everything's fine at FTX, nothing wrong. Everyone was looking on chain and saw some funny things going on. So a lot of people kind of were withdrawing their funds hugely from FTX. There was huge arguments. Big YouTubers said, get your funds off FTX. There were big videos going around from Ran, from BitBoy, from the dev, all saying, you know, this is a scam, you must get out. He obviously put a tweet post that there's nothing wrong with FTX. We'll always honor customer withdrawals. Obviously, that wasn't the case. They stopped withdrawals, but they went radio silent. People couldn't withdraw, and then he only put out a tweet, you know, I think it was 12 hours later, that there's a problem at FTX International, but FTX US completely solvent fine. He subsequently deleted that tweet. So for me, that looks complete fraud that he said, you know, that. And then he filed for bankruptcy, Chapter 11 in the US for both FTX US as well as FTX International. I think it was plus minus 130 entities. So, and this was, you know, the next day. Obviously, they were doing tomfoolery with their balances. Then we think that's enough. Obviously, one of the biggest exchanges folds. Then we see the FTX wallet start moving all tokens. $600 million got basically moved off FTX's token wallets. They said on their Telegrams and Twitter that they've been hacked. And effectively, that's where we stand today. We've even seen Alameda Research, which is the VC arm and the hedge fund arm of FTX, starting to move funds today. And it's all been a bit of a, I guess a Netflix drama, and I'm not surprised. That
Yeah, and then to add on to that, so we had the $600 million. So me and Mario were looking at it overnight. All of a sudden, Mario's like, "Let's start up a space." We started up. We saw this transaction. It went from 300 million to 400 to 500 to 600 million gone. There were multiple different signature wallets happening, or there were multiple different wallets. Some of them were regular. Then there were multi-sig wallets involved. It turns out later we find out, of course, as the general counsel from FTX comes out and says, "Hey, look, these we're seeing unauthorized transactions," and then the appointed CEO also confirms this a few hours later, and then they said that they had begun to quickly move the funds to cold storage wallets to try to mitigate the effects. So it appears that some of the 600 million, up to 200 million of it potentially, was something that was taken back by FTX into cold storage wallets, and the other 400 million, or up to 600 million, and we don't know the exact numbers yet, went to the hacker. And then the hacker, of course, has been sending out quite a lot of stuff. I'm sure Bella can talk about that a little bit more on the chain. But then beyond that, we found out that from Financial Times, there was $10 billion of liabilities on their sheets, but only $900 million of liquid liabilities, or liquid assets rather.
And do you remember the one they? And do you remember the one that have $2 billion on their balance sheet of a token that was
Serum.
worth 80 million? 80. That 2 billion.
Serum.
Serum. Oh, Serum. That's the Serum one. Serum. That's a token launched by Sam. It was the market cap of the token was 80 million, and they had on their balance sheet that's the circulating market cap, and on balance sheet it was $2 billion worth of that token. Obviously, there's many more examples. Also, I don't know if this is true, but when they filed for bankruptcy, I had a tweet that, not a tweet. I just got a report now, so I got distracted. I'll look at the report in a bit. But I had someone credible say that, and check, this should be easy to verify, and maybe you have already, or someone has. But when they filed for bankruptcy, they had 0 Bitcoin. Is that true?
That's correct. They had 0 Bitcoins, was what came out from Financial Times, according on their balance sheet, even though they claimed that they had, I think billions, 2 billion, I think. So they have all those issues. Then they have on top of that the fact that they have the $5.4 billion that they've invested, Alameda and FTX Ventures, that invested into over 500 different crypto projects out there that now all will likely have to come back due to the massive hole between the assets to liabilities ratio.
And I want to go quickly to Alex. Alex,
and we have to keep in mind one last thing too.
Sorry, go ahead.
We have to keep in mind, Mario, for everyone who didn't, hear this too, that combination of news, right, of the hack plus the other side. Well, the Financial Times find out about that asset, squeeze, if you will, before the bankruptcy happened. Those documents come from before the bankruptcy. So technically, as of now, FTX would only have at maximum $400 million of liquid.
Bro, I have a feeling that's gonna keep going down, man. I just have a feeling that as more information comes down, that $400 million.
Correction.
300. That's insane. That's fucking crazy, bro. That's insane. I want to also go to Alex. Yeah. Alex, just quickly, you sent us a message that the team verified that you. I'll read exactly what your message said, Alex. You said that. You'd love to come. I'm a former exchange executive and now the founder of a DeFi protocol. Have a bit of insight into the SEX game. SEX, for any audience members listening, is not what you think. Unfortunately, it's centralized exchange, as well as in the VC space. And then you say this: a big part of the FTX fiasco is the fundraising. VCs, so the VC aspect of this, with improper DD, which means due diligence for the audience, and herd mentality, is what I think is being overlooked. It added too much legitimacy into FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried as a person. And before you speak, Alex, the reason I brought you up, because we just get too many requests of people to speak. And Alex V, I want you to go through it as well. Go through the requests and tell me who I should bring up. But Alex S, Stris, sorry, I don't know how to say it. So like the statement that you made is so important. And as a person that invests in projects, and other VCs have collaborated this, we are responsible for that herd mentality. And let me tell you why. I'll admit. At IBC, so my company, we invested in projects. Many of them went to zero. Many went 95% plus down. We invested a lot of money. And the way we did it, because there were projects every day, dozens of projects coming across our desk. And projects were pumping 10x and more every day. 95% of projects when we did the study in the bull run were pumping 10x or more as soon as they launch, including shit projects that we'd never look at usually. Okay, it's just so much money. So what we did as a way to because we can't keep up with the amount of projects, we're like, all right, let's follow the VCs we know we trust. Alameda, and anyone that says otherwise is full of shit. Every VC will agree. Alameda, Kyle, yes or no? Alameda was considered one of the best ones, yes or no?
100%.
Exactly, bro. And Kyle is one of the biggest VCs in crypto. So all the VCs trusted Alameda, along with others. I'm not going to mention them because they've, I don't want to put them. And 3 Arrows Capital. Everyone trusted 3 Arrows Capital as some of the top VCs. Okay.
3 Arrows were so everyone trusted them so much that they would blindly give them $1 billion on a loan without collateral. Like, this was insane. How much credibility they had. They were untouchable.
Exactly. I just want to say this again. 3 Arrows Capital and Mr. Su, I know you were in yours. I don't know if you still are. I'm just giving facts. $1 billion they got with no collateral. That's how much we trusted them. So we would follow those VCs, as you said, Alex. We'd follow. Sorry, Kyle, you wanted to add something?
I was just they got way more than that. I mean, there was like multiple parties giving them 100 million, 500 million, $1 billion. Like, they at the end they were just getting money from everybody, and people they didn't even ask questions. They were just like, yeah, sure, bro, no problem. It would be like your friend asking you to borrow $20. You wouldn't even question it. You'd just be like, yeah, whatever, here, because that they're good for it. But like,
exactly, and like the audience. I just remembered. I just realized the audience doesn't know this, guys. I know this, and for me, it's normal. Gaurav was here, and other VCs were here. That was the game, because it just became the space is so immature. We just had to trust someone, and these guys gained our trust. I don't know how the fuck they became trustworthy, but my whole company trusted these guys, and other VCs trusted them. So what happened is we would follow each other. So if one VC makes a mistake or does something nefarious by investing in a project or doing something, we just trusted them and followed suit. For example, FTX. Then FTX is suddenly legitimized because of herd mentality, which happens in any industry, not just crypto. So Alex, I want you to kind of elaborate on this point, because that's the point you were making. I know there's other speakers that want to speak, but Alex, I want you to elaborate on this point, and anything else you can add from your experience with FTX and being the executive of an exchange prior to that.
Well, thanks for having me on. And first of all, Mario, I'm very happy that my short DM to you was able to spark such a fiery dialogue that you just mentioned. Yeah, it's incredibly problematic. There's a lot of VCs in this space. There's a lot of people that raise, and everybody that's been building in this space knows how important VC capital is, and sometimes how hard it is to get it. But one of the most important things that happened with all this FTX drama, it's since shit went down, my brain went immediately to Elizabeth Holmes and everything that happened with Theranos, right? It's like basically one person vouching, or you go through some due diligence process, or what seems like a due diligence process, and everybody else just okays it. So the thing about VCs right now in this space is exactly what I wrote to you in that DM. It's that herd mentality. And everybody wants a tier one or so-called tier one VC on their cap table. And what does that even mean right now, right? And I know for a fact, like, I've been in this space since 2015. I've done raises. I'm an LP and a VC. I do a lot of angel investing, and just the amount of backroom deals that happen, right, is incredible. So I'm not going to speak to the FTX raises per se, because I don't have any insight into like exactly how they were structured, but because especially since it was equity raises as well, right? Like, this is a pretty important differentiating factor. But on a lot of these even token based raises, the problem is that a lot of times tier one VCs, they get first of all, they get preferential treatment. They get different prices than what is publicly available on the site and the white paper and the pitch deck, whatever. And a lot of times you also have different vesting. Like, I've seen it on multiple occasions where someone in retail gets a prolonged, like vastly prolonged lockup investing period over these, quote unquote tier one VCs. And this is incredibly problematic for this reason that, we're trying to democratize everything, right? With crypto, like, this is supposed to be what evens out the playing field. And when you do enough digging, a lot of times it's just like the rich get richer, and then we're just dumping on retail again, which is kind of what's been happening now. And I think what's so heartbreaking about FTX is that's where a lot of the smart money was, right? Like, this is exactly where everybody felt quote unquote safe to hold some kind of funds. Like I've unfortunately got a tiny bit fucked on FTX, but you know, nothing life changing. But oh, someone unmuted. You want to go ahead, Mario?
No, I didn't unmute. I think you can finish your point. I think Ariel unmuted, so I'll give him the mic right after. So I'll let you finish your point, bro.
Sure. No worries. Thanks, man. Yeah, and it's just the entire tier 1 space is incredibly problematic at this point. Like I've gotten so many, like the way that I usually phrase it, it's that it's a network-based system. It's not a merit-based system. So just a tiny bit of info. Like I'm Polish. I'm based in Poland. I was fundraising as a dude in Poland. It's really hard. Like just the fact that I'm here and I'm building something in the EU, like the minute I try to reach out to a lot of these VCs that were working with FTX, it's like, oh, the minute someone vouches for you, it's great. And the minute I actually had someone on my team from 0x is when I was able to start lining up a lot of these Silicon Valley VC meetings, which is kind of hilarious. And this is exactly what Gaurav said earlier before the space is finished, is Alameda turns someone down, right? And then that person makes the trip to Bahamas and suddenly they're funded, even though they were turned down online. But you know, they meet face to face and suddenly they're funded, which is, you know, it's just odd how everything works.
Ariel, you were unmuting as well, bro. Go ahead, man.
Yes. Hey, hi Mario. Thanks, Alex and Chet, for having me. Hello from Tel Aviv. I'm glad you invited me, allowed me to speak. We had a lot of great thoughts and speakers representing essentially exchanges today, and I think there's a reason for that. That's the topic of the matter. But I wanted also to bring another light on the other side of the coin. So I'm the CEO of Zango. It's a non-custodial a crypto wallet. And so, you know, today you've heard the sentence more than once, get your funds off an exchange, right? And what that really means is that people should put their funds into a wallet.
And Uriel, just so you know, not only, before you continue, I know you have a wallet, so you might be incentivized to say this. Even exchanges said that. And I gave many examples, including Jesse from Kraken. So the point of putting your funds into a wallet, an exchange is not a bank, and do that temporarily until we get clarity and we see who's left standing and who deserves our trust. And then we look at, compare a fucking exchange like Crypto.com versus one like Kraken. You'll know what I mean.
Correct. And I think it's important to, first, I want to come back to one of your questions. The reason we're in the situation we're in after Celsius, after Voyager, after BlockFi, after FTX is extremely simple, is the lack of possible transparency by design when a system is centralized and custodial. No matter you do a proof of reserve or whatever you want to call it, you just cannot understand what's going on. And with all the imperfections of DeFi, well, the transparency wins in situations like this, okay, including in discovering the hacks and the imperfection of the security of the system, but at least you can know. So that's point number one. The point number two that I did want to mention, just to give you some light of what's going on the wallet life side, is someone, I can't remember which exchange, mentioned like they had a net inflow that is slightly positive today, and that's a big win. So in the past 3 days, we had net inflows of 3,000 to 5,000%. So that's what's happening right now on the wallet side when you are a non-custodial wallet. I don't think we are the only one to see that. But I think this is a pattern where there is a massive outflow from exchanges and exchange exodus moving to non-custodial wallets. The third thing I wanted to mention, and I think it's very important, everyone is saying like get your funds off an exchange, get a hardware wallet or crypto wallet. But I think it's important. We all have a responsibility to point to the different type of solutions and risks that exist also in non-custodial systems, because the memory loss might be there, but a lot of people are losing funds by mishandling their private keys, by not knowing how to handle properly a hardware wallet and all the risks that are inherent to them. And there are also new type of solutions that enable people not to lose their funds. For example, we build an NPC wallet, which is a new generation of services that are making wallets working without private keys and seed phrases. And so I think it's important to remind to the people when they move to a new system to understand the risks into what they're getting into, so that they're not going to get screwed on the other side too, and where the risk is not going to be a centralized system but themselves. So anyway, I wanted to make those 3 points.
I appreciate it, bro.
Bring this color to the conversation.
I appreciate it. Chet, I know you're a bit, it's funny, every time someone gets, I'm going to pivot a bit the discussion and refresh the room, but every time someone gets attention, they start getting a lot of hate. So it's just everyone now trying to research me and trying to learn more about me. And the weirdest fucking claims being made. Chet, you could ignore them, man. That's part of the game whenever you get attention. Some of the claims are just fucking funny, but Chet, I want you to focus on the reports we're getting. Okay, there's reports. Look at what Zach XBT just tweeted as well. Go through that information, please. Validate it so we can share it with the audience. In the meantime, I'll go to let me see who's there. Bobby, did you have any final thoughts to add, man? I appreciate you being. Oh, you're still there, Bobby. Sick. Didn't realize Bobby from Bitstamp is also there. Bobby, any final thoughts? And actually, I've got a direct question. Let's not ask a very broad question. How many more dominoes do you think will fall? You probably are better positioned than most of us to answer this.
Yeah, it's a great question. And thanks for coming back to me, Mario. My experience tells me that at this stage of the game, there will be more, and we just don't see them yet. So it's kind of like mid last week or this past Thursday, 6 billion, perhaps 8 billion. I was like, yeah, if it's this early and that's being reported, you could probably expect 2x that by the time we figure out what we're really up against. But I couldn't even speculate, how much is left to happen out there in terms of ripple effects and dominoes to fall. I certainly hope that the good, solid, crypto-focused, values-based organizations, persist and prevail, even those who are perhaps earlier stage. From a Bitstamp perspective, since we've been around so long, we care deeply about Bitstamp and our customers, of course, but we also just really want the space to be trusted and to be legit and to grow. And so, we're working with all of our partners and welcome any interactions, collaboration, to just kind of help us all move forward in a productive way. So sorry, I can't answer. I know how many, but yeah, there's more coming for sure.
And I see Scott Melker, Wolf of Wall Street, in the audience. Highly recommend you all check his YouTube channel as well. And there's many others sharing information on this matter. We saw, hate him or love him, we saw BitBoy share a lot of information. He's going to share more of it. He was on stage. We've had Ron, who was also on stage, and he's sharing information on his YouTube channel. So highly recommend you check them out as well.
On that point, Mario, too, I've seen some tweets online and basically people critiquing, what we're doing here. And I just like to make the point that for a long time, this information on crypto and FTX, it's been gatekept by, mainstream media outlets and crypto media outlets. And many of those same people put SBF, Alameda, and FTX on a pedestal and allowed us to get to this point. And by the way, up until the nth hour before all this news were breaking, we're defending them. So, the way I see it is that it's really crucial that, people like us are up here actually doing information. And I'd say the second thing is that, we haven't gatekept this conversation at all. Anyone, whether they were from the central exchange side or in on-chain analysis or anon, we've allowed everyone from every perspective to come up here and share that. So, I think it's really dangerous when people start suggesting that, certain people aren't allowed to have a voice because they don't disagree with or
not only this, Alex, for anyone, there's not much to criticize, to be honest, because most spaces, most of these audio rooms, they just throw whatever rumors we get. We got some crazy rumors. You have no idea how many messages we get a minute since we started this. We got some crazy rumors that we never shared. I mean, very sensational rumors that I promise you will just get everyone excited and coming in, but obviously it hurts credibility. And I think we did more fucking DD than some of these big PR companies. We've asked for transaction IDs.
We've asked on-chain analysts to come into a group to investigate every single claim. We have a group internally, and we have a whole team reviewing all the reports. And you know, we've had some of the biggest, like if you want to criticize, you can, but we've managed to get some of the biggest names in the space, from CZ to Kraken to we had Elon Musk come in. We had Bitstamp, we had Mexi, we had Paxos, we had Charles Hoskins. Like, all these names came in the last 36 hours to give us clarity. Jesse from Kraken,
Something
to give us
interesting
clarity.
that our on-chain analysts are looking at and found is that it appears that Alameda Research Account 23 was doing sandwich attacks on DEXs. That's an interesting thing that they've just discovered.
Yeah,
Can you explain what that means? Hold on, can you explain what that means, Chet?
I'll actually let someone else explain that real quick.
I can. So
Please
we've
do.
all known that Alameda Research is running their own prop shop, in terms of they're one of the big players in MEV, so miner extracting value. So kind of quick explanation what a sandwich bot is. Say you want to buy a token on a decentralized exchange. If you either put too much slippage or you try buy too much, this bot will buy before you, pump the price up, you buy at a much higher price, and then dump on you. So it's effectively what they were doing with FTT and other tokens on that. It's a gray area because everyone's got access to the same information. However, Alameda, being so big, were able to set up the infrastructure. So we all knew Alameda were doing this. We're doing MEV. We didn't know that no one knew the extent of what they were doing, but from an on-chain perspective, we could see they were doing big things, and where they saw a way they could make money, whether it was ethical or unethical, they did it.
And Chet, can you just remind the audience who's coming in tomorrow to speak?
Yes. So we have, first of all, tomorrow we have Mick Mulvaney coming in to speak actually on this matter, and then of course on Tuesday in the space will be scheduled. Then we have Hunter Biden.
Mick, bro, before Hunter Biden, Mick Mulvaney is the ex-chief of staff for Trump or something?
Correct. He's the ex-chief of staff for Trump. He's also the former ombudsman director for the United States, and he did multiple other things as well across both sectors of government and as well as in business.
And then we've got Hunter Biden coming in on Tuesday, correct?
That is correct.
Cool. All right. Well, there you go. For anyone that's wondering why we're doing this, and why Elon tweeted about us yesterday, calling it the best of citizen journalism. Citizen journalism could be dangerous if you spread misinformation, but it could also be pretty effective in times like these to share information and transparency. But
and also speed is of the essence, Mario, right? Because I think a lot of people, there probably has been in the past, 72 hours or so of coverage, right? There probably have been times where once or twice, the gun was jumped or information changed. And, I think you and the team have done a tremendous job of updating it. But I also think, with a lot of these, time is of the essence, because, if you were an end user and, 30 minutes could have been the difference between you being able to pull out your funds and your life savings and not having it. So, anyone pushing back on, sort of the way the information is being delivered, when you're playing in a space like this, time is of the essence. And, as Jesse said, like, people can always go back in, and if they're holding client withdrawals, or deposits one-to-one, it shouldn't matter if some of them go to the sidelines. And if an exchange is, actively getting, upset about that, it's, not the best look, in my opinion.
A very good point. And want to add one more point. In another reason we do this, I don't think a lot of us on stage are financially well off, so we forget there's people that may not be able to pay rent, may not be able to have food on the table because of what happened. And Simon Dixon, who's anyone in crypto will probably know him, and he was pretty involved in the aftermath of the Celsius crash, and he did his own spaces. I've said the story a couple of times, and he broke into tears yesterday telling us the story where he had someone come up on stage and said that they considered ending their life, or they were going to end their life, until they came into the space and Simon brought them up and they shared their experience. So one thing we did, and we've brought victims on stage yesterday, and I'll tell the team to organize it for today as well. Actually, they're listening to me. So please organize 3 victims to remind everyone of the people hurting because of this. And now there's a place, and we're trying to create a group for them as well, where they can all share that experience, and also seeing what's happening. and seeing seeing that Sam is arrested or under supervision or whatever it is, and others getting caught, will also bring them peace that action is being taken. So there's more to it than just sharing the information or sharing every piece of information we get. We're trying to be quick in offering facts, and if another exchange is going to fall next, and I'm very confident it's probably going to happen while we're doing this space, and don't think we'll do it for 30
Mario,
hours. There we go.
Just so you know, we do have some more information on LBank.
So, oh shit, that's the one I was concerned about. What is it verified?
So LBank has said that they're doing a wallet upgrade. Please wait patiently, things like this. However, it sounds like LBank, from information that just got passed to me from the team, is not really allowing withdrawals to happen at this point. So there was, of course, there's a rumor out there as well that they were going to claim that they were going to put out an actual message saying that they might have to fully suspend withdrawals. I have not been able to independently confirm that at all. But what we can confirm right now is that people are experiencing potentially one-day issues at least. Some people have been trying to withdraw for a day and not been able to.
Oh, I'm just going to bring them on stage. Hold on. There's a group. Let me send you. We have a group with them. We know LBank. Bring them on stage. Probably if they are pausing withdrawals, they're probably not going to come on stage, but fuck it. So before very quickly, bro, can you tell me the source? Because usually you wait for many reports. I saw the first report of this like an hour or two ago. How many reports did you get? How did you validate this?
So this appears to be a community moderator from a Telegram channel in an LBank Telegram group.
Okay. All right. So if we can validate this information, that would be great. So keep going down that rabbit hole. I won't tweet about it, but we're getting reports that, a lot of reports that LBank has halted withdrawals. Anyone that can confirm or more importantly disapprove this, and if anyone is able to withdraw, please hit us up in the DMs. We'll check it quickly. So they're reports we're getting, and Chet is sharing it because he got enough reports where it's worth sharing. But Gordon, Alex, Fidgetal, go ahead, Fidgetal.
So I've been holding this back. I don't think you know who Mick Mulvaney is, do you?
Me personally, no, but Chet knows him.
He's like the definition of a human version of MEV.
MEB?
MEV, maximable extractable value.
All right, can you elaborate?
He's a trope, dude. In my opinion, if I was hosting the space, I would not have him up.
I think it's critical, though, that we have voices across all different levels of opinions. That's the important part of why Mario hosts the space the way he does. We've let people like BitBoy come up here, even though he's faced a lot of accusations and there's a suit and all that sort of stuff. We're here to give a voice to where everyone who is very interested to hear from all levels of a government. And Mick Mulvaney had such a massive hand and was very powerful in the prior administration and continues to hold power in U.S. politics. Very important to have someone like that on the space.
And I do want to point out another thing, Fidgetal. And by the way, Fidgetal, you've been on the space before, so you're free to disagree or interrupt. But another thing I do is whenever I bring someone, I keep it on topic. So we had a lot of regulators come into the space, a lot of regulators, and a lot of press. Like the amount of, we have a group, just my team dealing with press, just in the last 24 hours, which means that a lot of, there's a lot of influence from what we're doing here. And I've had, I told CZ, I told Kraken, I told Charles, and I told Charles Hoskinson, I told them before they leave, every time I ask them one thing: what's your message to the regulators? Because I think this is our next point of focus. Like, we're dealing with the short-term pain right now, but over the next 3 years, it's going to be regulators that will either cause pain or gain, depending on how things develop. And so we're trying to educate them, and having Mick here and educating him, I'm sure he knows a lot more politicians. And if he knows the difference between a SEX and a DEX, or DeFi and CeFi, he may help other politicians understand that difference, and regulation could then, head in the right direction. So that's the intention.
You had one of the founders or the CEO of something of Ripple, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we had Brad Garlinghouse here. Yes.
That alone, if you want to know the most important conversation you possibly could have had, would have been a deeper, much deeper dive into the reality that XRP cannot settle their case and the interactions with them and the government. So we can get government representatives on stage. They're going to present. if we want to understand the true reality of where regulation goes in terms of crypto, XRP is the spear. So I'd love to get him back up. That's literally why I came back into the space. I just wanted to speak to him.
Yeah, he stayed on stage for a long time, but the focus, there was like news breaking while he's on stage. We did ask him about it. I think Kim.com asked him about it, and he gave us an update. But we'll ping him again.
Yeah, see, that's the next thing, and the point that I was trying to make as far as questions is, you know, we talk a lot about action and what needs to happen and what we think needs to happen, but what are we actually doing for educating our regulators, our politicians, our legislators? Because I always mention to stay active or proactive and involved to my community, but, you know, the big influencers, while they have different groups and people that they communicate with, you know, we all need to be a part of it and make sure that we're guiding this shit.
The possibility for securities to be applied to non-ICO projects. The Ripple case is the fundamental foundational experience of not being able to settle because Ripple holds all the bags and all the power. And if they actually settle, they're basically saying they didn't do any illegal security launch. It'll define everything we know about crypto. Everything.
I appreciate it, man. Alex, chat. What's the next point to discuss, guys? Any other news that you have breaking?
Oh, there's just a lot of interesting things, you know, like they're looking back, you know, the on-chain analytics people, we might end up finding when the bleeding really started with the amount of digging that they're doing right now. But it just looks like, from what they're saying, Alameda was just sucking FTX dry constantly, nonstop, and not winning many trades at all. So basically they kept...
And Caroline, CEO of Alameda Research, has fled the country. I don't think anybody knows where she's at. She's gone, so we'll see how things pan out. But go jump on the actual spaces on Twitter if you want to continue to listen. I'm going to shut this bad boy down. I just wanted to make sure this is out there and covered in a number of areas so other people can watch it and listen. But I'm going to chill with the wife and have a good time and enjoy the rest of the time. But stay active, keep an eye on the situation, be involved with your regulators, politicians, legislative, whatever, you know, keep